rally cars. That's still the core of its business. But now this Oxfordshire firm wants to do something very different. It says it can help fight the coronavirus epidemic by building ventilators for the NHS.
What we're very good at ProDrive and the motorsport industry as a whole in the UK is turning projects around very fast. We've got great engineers, great technicians, and we can turn our hands outside of building racing cars into almost anything, and actually ventilators seems to be something that we believe we could help with.
The government's been scouring the country to find businesses with the facilities and expertise to build vital medical equipment, and fast. Experts believe the NHS simply won't have enough ventilators to meet demand at the height of the epidemic. Health Secretary Matt Hancock has urged manufacturers to help where they can. ProDrive says the people and equipment here are ideally placed to help out.
It's a clean room because it's a positive pressure environment. We've got sticky mats outside the isolated doors to pick up contaminants. Around us we also have our own manufacturing facilities in terms of fabrication, welding, 3D printing, harness assembly, etc., as well as our own on-site design teams as well.
And it isn't just ProDrive. This part of the West Midlands is full of high-tech engineering companies, mainly focused on motorsport. They're used to acting quickly, designing things, building them on site, and they reckon those skills can be really useful in the current crisis. With motorsport events cancelled due to the coronavirus outbreak, companies like this one have plenty of spare capacity. And they say they're willing to go full speed ahead to ensure the NHS has the equipment it needs. Theo Leggett, BBC News.
Now we're going to be answering your questions on the social distancing measures out now. The government is urging people to stay in their homes as much as possible as it tries to bring the coronavirus outbreak under control. If people do need to go out to buy food and supplies or to carry out essential work, they're being told to stay 2 metres apart from one another. Well, despite that, this was the situation on London's tube network this morning, where it seems it was virtually impossible for commuters to maintain a safe distance from one another. Transport for London is running a reduced service across all networks, and the trains are still very busy, as you can see. And this was Columbia Road Flower Market in East London yesterday, which was fairly busy, despite the advice calling on people to only go shopping for essential items. Well, let's speak now to Professor Jonathan Ball, a specialist in molecular virology at the University of Nottingham. And we can also speak to Dr. Jennifer Cole, a biological anthropologist from Royal Holloway University of London. Thank you both very much. I'm going to crack on with the questions. Lots coming in. Jennifer, if I could start with you. In simple terms, this is from Pauline via email. In simple terms, what does self-isolation actually mean?
It basically means staying away from other people, and that is particularly the high-risk groups, so the over 70s, people with underlying health conditions. So staying in your house, not going out unless you have to, looking at ways that you cannot actually kind of come into contact with people, and particularly within 2 metres when you do go out. So, for instance, can you order your groceries online rather than going out to the supermarket to get them? If the delivery van comes, can you actually ask the delivery driver to leave them outside the door and you will go out to collect them rather than him perhaps bringing them into the house for you? And looking also at what do you actually have to do? Is this an essential journey? If you normally do your shopping, if you go shopping twice a week, can you go once a week? How can you minimise your contact with other people? And it is one thing that I think the government is saying that is very important, is that they're trying to change the terminology to physical distancing, so that people are aware that, of course, they can still contact people by Skype, they can still talk to them on WhatsApp, they can still talk to them on the phone, they can perhaps look at using those face-to-face messaging systems more often so that they're not feeling lonely. They don't have to stay isolated from social contact, but they have to stay physically away from other people.
And do we work on the basis that if we're talking about a family at home, it's a given that if one person's got it, you have to assume all others in the house have as well?
That's what they're asking people to assume. It's not automatic that if one member of the family catches it, the others will become infected. We saw that on the Diamond Princess, that not everybody who was exposed did actually become infected. But you do have to assume if you have reason to think one person may be, if they're displaying symptoms, if they're coughing, if they've been in contact with somebody else who has, the whole family is being asked to self-isolate. So to stay off work, to stay indoors, and again, to perhaps try and ask a friend or neighbour to do their shopping. So to look at the whole family self-isolating rather than one person.
OK. Jonathan, if I can turn to you. I've had this email from Georgia who asks, is self-isolating for a week adequate? If lockdown occurs during my isolation period, at the end of my isolation period, am I OK to get in my car and drive home to my parents?
Okay, well, the isolation period is 7 days if you live on your own, because we think that's insufficient time for the virus to infect you, to incubate you, to cause your symptoms, and then for you to stop shedding virus. So at the end of that 7-day period, you're safe to go out. Obviously, if you live in a household with other people, that's extended to 14 days, and the logic behind that is that in this sort of environment in a household, it's highly likely that the other people within the household will become infected, and so their time is extended to 14 days. But for you, each person, from the start of their symptoms, it's 7 days.
Thank you for that. Let's return to Dr. Jennifer Cole. And Jennifer, this from Mark on email. Is going out in my car for a drive OK? It gets me out of the house, if nothing else.
I think again, it really comes down to common sense. It's about coming in contact with other people. If you're not actually going to come in contact with other people while you're in your car, then you are effectively self-isolating. But you do need to take into account, where are you driving to? Are you going to have to stop anywhere to get petrol? Are you going to have to stop anywhere to go to the toilet or for a cafe? And are you going to come into contact with people there? So again, I think it comes down to, is it essential? Is it necessary? I mean, the government are saying, go out for a walk to get exercise. But this is a time where we're all going to have to make compromises and sacrifices. And going out for a drive because we want to isn't perhaps the best reason to do it. So I think it does have to be weighed up with the likelihood you will actually come into contact with anybody while you're doing that against the necessity of you actually having to do it. It does mean that you will end up having to fill up with petrol on a couple of occasions you wouldn't have otherwise had to, and that will probably bring you into contact with people at the petrol station. So just really think about, what are the consequences of this? What might happen if I do it?
Well, you've got to assume that people have been using the petrol pump before you as well, and you've also got to know who's been driving the car in the last 24 hours or so, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, so generally you would know who's been driving your car in the last 24 hours, I would imagine. But at the petrol station, you won't know necessarily who's been there before. One thing you could do is perhaps take a wipe and wipe down the surface of the petrol pump before you touch it. Make sure you wipe your hands afterwards. Again, try and stay 2 meters behind anybody who's in the queue in front of you when you go in to pay. And see if there's a way, again, perhaps some of the petrol stations where they have the perspex glass between you and the person serving you. We don't know whether that offers any protection or not. As time goes by, more research will be able to be done on these kind of things. We will find out. But if you don't need to make the journey, why take the risk? Why take the risk for yourself and also for other people who may become infected because you took that risk?
OK, let's move on to our next question. It involves supermarkets, and as we're all aware, they've been a huge pinch point when it comes to crowds of people gathering across the UK. Let's just show you a supermarket queue. This is in Milan, where shoppers are maintaining safe distance between one another. This, on the other hand, was a Tesco in the West Midlands yesterday, where things, let's be blunt, are a lot less orderly. There have been examples of shops placing tape on the floor. That's in order to guide shoppers into separating from one another. Before we finish, we'll just talk about the supermarkets a bit more. And I've got this email from Trevor. This is for you, Jonathan. How can the crowding and queuing be allowed to continue at food stores? Surely this is an excellent breeding ground for the transmission and development of COVID-19.
Yeah, unfortunately it is. As the images that you've no doubt just shown illustrates, if you can keep 2 meters away from another person, then you're not going to pass the virus on. But if you're standing in a queue for a reasonable length of time, cheek by jowl with one another, if you remember back to when we were looking at the outbreak at the start, when the Public Health England were talking about contact tracing, they define somebody who's at risk of getting the infection as being somebody who's in contact with an infected person within 2 meters and for 15 minutes or longer. And of course, that's the key. It's the duration that you're in contact with somebody and also the proximity. So that if you can minimize the distance or maximize the distance and minimize the time that you're in contact with another person, then you slow the spread and decrease the risk of transmission.
Why is it 2 meters?
Well, people say that to me. What about 1 meter 99 centimeters? Is that bad? It's all to do with relative risk, and so as you increase the distance, then the virus finds it more difficult. We know that for these sorts of viruses, they're generally spread on droplets that are quite large, and those droplets fall quite quickly, and so they don't travel large distances. And there's evidence in the scientific literature that it's unlikely to travel further than the 2 meters. So that's why we've got that distance.
Right, let's move on. Dr. Jennifer Cole, this one is from Aaron on email. We're supposed to be staying at home, so why is it that I still have to work where there is over 1,000 employees? I don't understand this.
I think the government is trying its best to try and keep the country running as much as it can so that essential services carry on. Also, it is the case that the higher risk groups are the very elderly, so they're people who are beyond working age. There are obviously people with underlying health conditions who may be more at risk who are working age, but it's important that they let their co-workers know who they are, know what the risks are, that they self-isolate. That's thought to be important, and they would need to discuss that with their manager and their GP. But again, some of those same social distancing parameters apply. If you can stay more than 2 meters away from someone else, you can. So, perhaps just move your chair a bit further away if you can. Make sure you're washing your hands regularly. Don't go into work if you think you have any symptoms. If you have any suspicion you have any symptoms, stay at home. If you do feel a cough coming on while you're at work, try and cough into your elbow rather than coughing on a surface or coughing onto your hand that you may then touch something with. But what the government are trying to do is to not have the country shut down completely. So supermarkets need to keep running so that people can get food. Food manufacturers and food producers need to keep working so that food is produced. And if you're working in an essential industry, the country, it cannot shut down completely. Those industries have to keep moving, but it is vitally important for everybody in those industries to make sure that they are not putting their co-workers at risk. They're not going in if they have any suspicion that they have symptoms, that they're not taking undue risks by not washing their hands often enough or by not coughing responsibly into their elbow when they're there. And hopefully that will minimise spread as much as possible. And it will enable the parts of the country that need to keep running for the country to keep running to carry on.
OK, let's go back to Nottingham. Professor Jonathan Ball, this question from Babs, this came in on email. I'm a 69-year-old with COPD asthma and I'm taking beta blockers. I have a dog that needs walking every day. Am I still safe to do so? I think she means walking the dog rather than having the dog. Walking it.
Yeah. So it's a really good question, and it's one that's often posed is about, what exactly is the government advice with regards to self-isolation? Now, at the moment, they're particularly worried about people over 70, but of course, they've also flagged the fact that people with what we call these comorbidities, so these are underlying health problems like COPD and asthma, which are both chronic lung problems. We know that if people do become infected and they have these underlying conditions, then the infection can be a lot more serious. And that's why the government will be, or the GPs will be writing to people about this whole concept of self-isolation to keep them away from other people and to minimise their risk. But I think the government also recognise that actually people will go stir crazy. There are mental health issues with staying locked up for 12 weeks or more. And so I think as one of the things that they've also flagged is that exercise is good. And I think this is one of the things over the weekend that we've seen is the quandary, the problem. Going out into open spaces, into the countryside, and keeping a safe distance is a good thing because you're exercising and you're not increasing the risk of spreading or becoming infected yourself. So I think back to Bab's question in terms of walking the dog, I think provided that she is incredibly careful, ensures that she doesn't linger, talk to people, make sure she keeps her distance, then I think it's going to do her more good than bad. And remember, when you come back in and you've been touching surfaces, keep those hands nice and clean.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. Jennifer now. Sally writes in, I think some of the messages coming from the government are unclear. We all should now understand that we should not mix in large groups of people, even outside. But what still seems unclear is whether everyone should avoid having any visitors at all, even if it's just one person.
I think this again goes back to taking some responsibility yourself for whether you think you may have any symptoms, whether you've come in contact with any symptoms, and again, whether those visits are strictly necessary. Is there a reason you have to go in person, or could you actually spend an hour or half an hour on a Skype call with someone? I know that it's obviously much nicer to go out and to mix together. If it's a large group of you, probably almost certainly not a good idea. If it's going to see one friend who's lonely and isolated, we've heard about potential problems of mental health, with people going stir crazy. I think that's a very important point. People actually do need to see people face to face. It's not quite the same as making calls over Skype. But what is absolutely essential? You know, what do you have to do, and what can you minimise? And it's really down to all of us to take real responsibility for making those decisions, and to not do things unless they are absolutely essential. If there is an absolutely essential reason that it is better to meet in person, and you are meeting with a person who isn't in a high-risk group, and neither of you have any suggestions that you have symptoms, and you can walk to each other, that's okay. Again, if it's a long drive, the length of the country that is inevitably going to bring you into contact with other people, less of a good idea. But people are inevitably going to maintain some kind of social contact with each other, and there may be times when the only way to do that realistically is to do it in person.
Okay.
But certainly not large groups.
Right. Jonathan, just a couple more to squeeze in if I can. This one from Neil. Now, he says, what is the thinking behind decreasing the number of buses and tubes, thereby crushing more people into less space? The tubes were packed this morning. This can only increase transmission rates, especially to NHS staff going to work. And this is something that the unions have also said this morning.
Yeah, I can't really speak for Transport for London as to why they've reduced the number of tubes running. I can only assume that it may be staffing issues, or they may be hoping that the actual number of people who are wanting to travel is greatly reduced with the government's advice and urging us all to, wherever possible, work from home. But you're right, the last thing that you want to happen is for the tubes or the buses to be packed full of people, because that will encourage the spread of this virus. You will end up with lots of contaminated surfaces. It's very difficult. Now, one of the things I would say, if you are running fewer tubes, it means that you do have time, greater periods of time to clean those carriages and to clean those vehicles. So that might be another element to it. So I think it's going to have to be a compromise between how packed these things are and how much time you've got to give them a good clean over.
Yeah, we've all got to be pragmatic, haven't we? Jennifer, this one from Jane on email. Like an increasing number of couples in the UK, my partner and I live apart but spend about half each week in each other's homes. We both practice self-distancing carefully. Is it reasonable to continue visiting each other like this, or can we meet occasionally for self-distancing walks, for example, in the country? Doesn't sound that romantic, but a self-distancing walk in the country, what do we think?
I think, again, it goes back to the answer I've given to the other people about the necessity, the modes of travel. If you're travelling from your own home, in your own car, to someone else's home, where you don't come in contact with anybody else along the way, and you're both fairly sure that you're not displaying any symptoms yourself, it probably is better long term for the relationship to get together occasionally, but perhaps do it once every other weekend rather than every weekend. And in between, try and stay in contact by Skype or by WhatsApp or by other social media platforms. But at the moment, we are not putting the country completely into lockdown. And the reason for that is that the government is trusting us to only make contact with other people when we have to and when we think it's safe to do so. And if we want that to continue, then we have to be very responsible with those choices and that responsibility that we've been given.
OK, time for one last question. This is for you, Jonathan. Sorry, I've tried to get you to defend the tube industry. Now it's the pharmacists. This one from Alison. Why are pharmacies open to the public and not using hatch windows to distribute essential drugs?
Yeah, I know different pharmacies are trying different approaches to try and minimise the amount of contacts between people. And of course, very often people going to the pharmacies are vulnerable. Now, one thing I would say, if you can send somebody who's not got any problems, then obviously that's preferable. In terms of the pharmacies themselves, I know some are limiting the number of people that can be in that shop at any one time. And so they let one or two people into the shop, distribute the medicines, and then let them out again. Now, if that's the case, it's very important that we don't see queues starting to form outside shops or pharmacies, irrespective of what they are. If you do have to queue, then it's important that people keep that safe distance. And I think, however pharmacies want to deal with it is up to them. But it certainly makes sense to have a hatch and to pass things through. But if they want to continue operating the shop as normal, just remember, any time that you touch those door handles, things like that, there's a potential that you could pick up contamination.
Well, it's very good of you both to take those questions. Dr. Jennifer Cole and Professor Jonathan Balter, thank you very much. A most informative half hour. Thank you both. And before we finish, if you're still unclear about how far 2 metres in length is, our health editor Hugh Pym has gone to great lengths to provide this visual aid. Handily, he's around 2 metres tall. Actually, he just told me off. He's 6'7". His wife captured this image of him separating his children at the park yesterday, along with the hashtag #BeLikeHughB2. It led to one follower taking on the advice and using the BBC's health editor as a superimposed measuring stick for his own family. There's fame. You're watching BBC News. Just some breaking news coming in from the High Court in Edinburgh. The former First Minister of Scotland, Alex Salmond, has been cleared of attempted rape and a series of sexual assaults, including one with intent to rape. This is after his trial in Edinburgh. So Alex Salmond, the former First Minister, cleared of attempted rape and a series of sexual assaults, including one with intent to rape. This is after his trial at the High Court. The jury at his trial resumed their deliberations after a second day. The court convened and the judge said that 2 members of the jury had been discharged, but the jury were allowed to continue their deliberations with only 13 members rather than 15. Alex Salmond had denied carrying out a string of sexual assaults against 9 women over a 6-year period while he was in office. He said he was innocent of all the allegations against him, including that one charge of attempted rape, one of a sexual assault with intent, and other sexual assault charges. He'd already been acquitted of a further sexual assault charge against the 10th woman after the Crown dropped the allegation during the trial. But that breaking news, the former First Minister of Scotland, Alex Salmond, cleared of attempted rape and a series of sexual assaults, including one with intent to rape, after a trial at the High Court in Edinburgh. Plenty more on that, of course, when we come back in the next few minutes with all the latest, of course, on the coronavirus pandemic as well. Before all that, let's bring you a weather update, and that is with Louise Lear.
Hello there. There's a lot of dry, settled, spring-like weather on offer this week, as most of us under the influence of an area of high pressure that's slipping its way eastwards into Europe. However, this weather front in the far northwest will bring some rain. It'll also bring some strong gusty winds, gusts in excess of 50 miles an hour on the exposed west-facing coast, and some of the rain fairly relentless over the next couple of days. It will also bring a little more cloud through Scotland, Northern Ireland and Northern England, but elsewhere for the remainder of the afternoon it stays dry, settled and sunny, and temperatures will range between 8 and 14 degrees. Now, as we move into Tuesday, a subtle change in wind direction will bring a change to the feel of the weather. We still keep that weather front feeding in rain across the Northern and Western Isles in particular, but generally more in the way of cloud through Scotland and Northern Ireland. But with a southerly breeze and plenty of sunshine, the temperatures should be a degree or so higher on Tuesday, peaking at 16 Celsius. Take care.
This is BBC News, I'm Simon McCoy. The headlines at 3 o'clock. In the last few minutes, the former First Minister of Scotland, Alex Salmond, has been cleared of attempted rape and a series of sexual assaults, including one with intent to rape. The government considers tougher measures as crowds ignore advice about social distancing aimed at tackling the coronavirus pandemic by visiting open spaces over the weekend.
It's very selfish. The NHS is doing everything it can and preparing for this, the spread of this virus. And if people go within 2 meters of others who they don't live with, then they are helping to spread the virus.
Packed trains on the London Underground despite advice to stay at home. Tube staff say they're furious and social distancing, they warn, is impossible. Even key workers have been told to keep their children at home unless absolutely necessary as schools across the UK adjust to the new measures designed to reduce the spread of coronavirus.
We are predominantly basing their activities and experiences outdoors to help us with limiting frequent touch to key areas, tabletops.
The government suspends all rail franchises to prevent firms collapsing, as season ticket holders are told they'll receive refunds if they choose to stay at home during the pandemic. Hello, very good afternoon to you. And breaking news in the last few minutes, the former First Minister of Scotland, Alex Salmond, has been cleared of attempted rape and a series of sexual assaults, including one with intent to rape, after a trial at the High Court in Edinburgh. So that's the former First Minister, as I say, cleared of charges he was facing. He walked free after being cleared by the jury following the trial at the High Court in Edinburgh. He denied all 13 charges, and the jury returned a not proven verdict on one charge of assault with intent to rape, finding him not guilty of all other charges, including one of attempted rape. The jury at one point had to be advised that it was going to be reduced to 13 members rather than the 15 original members of the jury. The trial continued. Mr. Salmond had denied carrying out the string of sexual assaults against 9 women over a 6-year period while he was in office. Well, the former SNP leader said he was innocent of all of the allegations against him. He had already been acquitted of a further sexual assault charge against the 10th woman after the Crown dropped the allegation during the trial. This is the scene live outside the court. We are awaiting Alex Salmond to emerge from there. We don't know yet if he's going to be saying anything on his acquittal. As you can see, huge media interest in the case. The jury reaching one of 3 possible verdicts. They could have found him guilty, not guilty, or not proven for each of the charges. And we have heard that he has been cleared of attempted rape and a series of sexual assaults, including that one with intent to rape. He's walked free after being cleared by the jury following that trial at the High Court in Edinburgh. He denied, as I say, all 13 charges, and the jury returning a not proven verdict on one charge of assault with intent to rape, finding him not guilty of all other charges. No reaction at this stage, but we know that during the trial he claimed that the sexual assault allegations against him were deliberate fabrications for a political purpose or exaggerations, the phrase he used in court. He also told the trial that he had never attempted to have non-consensual sex relations with anyone in my entire life, he said. He denied claims that female civil servants were not allowed to work alone with him while he was First Minister. He said he now wished he had been more careful with people's personal space. As I say, he denied the 13 charges against him, charges on which he has just been acquitted. The alleged offence are all said to have happened during his time in office. That's the scene at the court. We're waiting for the emergence of Alex Salmond, who has been acquitted of all charges. Let's just look at the background to the case.
Faced with shocking allegations, Alex Salmond maintained he's never attempted a non-consensual sexual encounter in his entire life. He always claimed he'd clear his name.
I'm innocent, and I will defend my position vigorously.
The court heard evidence from 9 women who claimed they had been sexually assaulted by Mr. Salmond. They continue to have the right to remain anonymous. Several of the women who claimed they had been sexually assaulted by Alex Salmond said it happened here at the First Minister's official residence. They said he had touched or grabbed them, kissed them or tried to without their consent. Mr. Salmond said that whilst on rare occasions his behaviour had been inappropriate, he had never done anything against the law. He described 2 consensual encounters in his bedroom at Butte House and said other incidents were either misremembered or made up, telling the court, events are being reinterpreted and exaggerated out of all possible proportion. He added some are fabrications, deliberate fabrications for a political purpose. Mr. Salmond claimed one of the complainers had encouraged at least 5 other women to exaggerate or make claims against him. Alex Salmond took the SNP from the fringes to the heart of power.
I think we won the election.
Becoming Scottish First Minister in 2007, another win in 2011 allowed the SNP to hold a referendum on Scottish independence. Support for Yes shot up during that campaign, but not enough. The morning after, Alex Salmond resigned as First Minister.
For Scotland, the campaign continues, and the dream shall never die.
Later, his appearances as a TV presenter on Russia Today were widely considered an embarrassment.
To give a hand to one of our new...
Once very close to the current First Minister Nicola Sturgeon, this court case has caused bitter personal and political rifts. The SNP are now divided like never before over policy and personalities. Alex Salmond's enormous political achievements will be overshadowed by this trial. He admitted to inappropriate behaviour whilst at the height of his power. He didn't break the law, but he did make mistakes. Sarah Smith, BBC News, Edinburgh.
Just hearing that when that verdict was read out, Alex Salmond showed little emotion as those verdicts were read out. He turned to 2 court security officers and said thank you to each of them. The judge, Lady Dorian, discharged Salmond. He said, thank you, my lady, before leaving the courtroom. That is seeing the front door of the High Court where he was acquitted of those charges. We are just hearing that he was acquitted of attempted rape and a series of sexual assaults, including one with intent to rape. He was cleared of all charges by a jury following what's been an 11-day trial at the High Court in Edinburgh. The jury returned not guilty verdicts on 12 charges and returned a not proven verdict on a charge of sexual assault with intent to rape. Let's go to Sarah Smith, who joins me now from Glasgow, and no reaction as yet from the former First Minister.
Not from Mr. Salmond himself, but political fallout and political reaction is already coming in almost immediately that we heard the verdicts. We got a statement from one of the SNP MPs, Joanna Cherry, who has been a prominent supporter of Mr. Salmond's. And she says that some of the evidence that was heard in this case raises very serious question marks over how these claims were investigated, both originally by the Scottish Government and by the SNP. And although she stresses that we have to deal with the coronavirus pandemic first, she says in due course there absolutely has to be an inquiry into how Mr. Salmond found himself in court charged with these offences, suspended from the SNP. She wants him reinstated into the SNP if that's what he chooses to want to do immediately. There will be ongoing political fallout from this case.
Sarah, let's just hear from Alex Salmond, who's just leaving court now.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, just over a year ago, when we finished the civil action and judicial review, I said I had great faith in the court system of Scotland. That faith has been much reinforced today. So I'd like to start by explaining that faith and thanking the jury for their decision. I'd also like to thank the court service who've been courteous beyond limit over the last 2 weeks, and to the police officers who've manned this trial under these extraordinary circumstances. Obviously, above all, I'd like to thank my friends and family for standing by me over the last 2 years. I'd like to thank my brilliant legal team, who are absolutely exceptional. And I'd like to thank all of the people who've sent so many messages over the last 18 months or so, but particularly in recent days. As many of you know, there are certain evidence that I would have liked to have seen led in this trial, but for a variety of reasons we were not able to do so. At some point, that information, that facts and that evidence will see the light of day, but it won't be this day, and it won't be this day for a very good reason. And that is, whatever nightmare I've been in over these last 2 years, it is as of nothing compared to the nightmare that every single one of us is currently living through. People are dying, many more are going to die. What we are doing just now, and I know you've got a job to do, it is not safe. I know it's your job, but it ain't safe. And my strong advice to you is to go home, those who can and are able to, take care of your families, and God help us all. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Well, a very sobering message from the former First Minister, Alex Salmond, looking exhausted, understandably, after what he described as a 2-year nightmare, and worth noting that no sense of social distancing there amongst the press and the photographers waiting for him outside there. But let's return now to Sarah Smith. And during the trial, Sarah, he talked about the allegations being a deliberate fabrication for a political purpose.
He did. He said that events which were now being reinterpreted or exaggerated out of all possible proportion, and that some were fabrications, deliberate fabrications for a political purpose. Now, he never actually explained specifically what he believed that political purpose to be, but there was a strong sense from his defence team that they felt that the women who were making these accusations had colluded together, had certainly spoken to each other before they spoke to the police and made any complaints about Mr. Salmond's behaviour, and that there was a political reason why they had banded together to make accusations which he said were either completely unfounded or totally exaggerated. I mean, it is worth noting that during the course of his own evidence, because he gave lengthy evidence in this trial, he did admit to 2 consensual sexual encounters that happened with younger members of staff in his official residence in Edinburgh. And he said that that was deeply inappropriate behaviour, not illegal. And of course, he has been found not guilty of any kind of crime. But those were still inappropriate things for the First Minister to have been indulging in, and they will definitely have an impact on his reputation, with enormous political achievements, but he will always be remembered for this trial as well, and the fact that he admitted to inappropriate sexual behaviour whilst in office. But as he always said he was not guilty of any crime, and that he would maintain his innocence, that he would prove his innocence, and that's what he's done today. He has been found not guilty or not proven of every one of these charges.
Indeed he has. And I'm just wondering how damaging this has been for his party during this process.
Well, it has caused huge personal and political divides within the SNP. The current First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, was Alex Salmond's deputy for 10 years. They were very close as political colleagues and as friends. And their relationship has been enormously damaged by this. And it's caused fractures in the party, not just over personalities, but over policy too. And some people who have been supporting Mr. Salmond throughout this process take a rather different attitude to another independence referendum than some people who are seen as being on Nicola Sturgeon's side of this. But that said, I mean, we've all been waiting over a year for this trial to happen and thought it would have seismic political consequences for the SNP and for Scotland. Of course, in the current environment, everybody's minds are concentrated on something else. The First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, is not thinking about this. She's thinking about daily updating us on coronavirus news and what steps the Scottish Government needs to take on that. So it all starts to feel like rather small fry. What we thought we'd been calling the political trial of the decade doesn't feel as important as we thought it would be.
Indeed, and I think that reflection very much from him just now, wasn't there, when he was saying people are dying and more people are going to die. It was a very clear message. But you know Alex Salmond as well as anyone. On the basis of what we know of him, we haven't heard the last of him by any means now, have we?
Oh, absolutely not. Now that he has cleared his name, he will very much want to maintain his place in political life. And of course, he still has a television program on RT, the channel that used to be called Russia Today, which goes out every week. But the last thing he will want to do is be seen to retire from public life as though he has in some way been disgraced, because he has vindicated himself. He has proven his innocence, as he always said that he would, and he will want to be seen to be taking an active part in political and public life as somebody who has had their reputation restored, as he will see it.
Sarah, thank you very much for that. That's Sarah Smith joining us there from Glasgow. You're watching BBC News. Let's return to the coronavirus. The Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, has been describing people who ignored government advice on social distancing as very selfish. Ministers are considering tougher measures if people continue to gather in large numbers or fail to observe advice about how to stop the spread of coronavirus. Well, let's have a look at London this morning. Remarkable images. Looks a lot quieter than over the weekend. That's the scene over Buckingham Palace. Well, this is how a number of people appeared to be ignoring warnings to stay home over the weekend. Meanwhile, the Health Secretary has acknowledged there have been challenges with the supply of personal protective equipment to NHS staff in England. It says millions of masks have now been ordered. All schools in the UK are officially closed today, although the children of key workers are still able to attend. All rail franchise agreements are to be suspended to prevent train companies collapsing as passenger numbers plummet. And MPs are expected to approve new emergency powers outlined in the coronavirus bill, which would allow police to detain suspected coronavirus carriers and restrict travel. Well, our health correspondent Lauren Moss has our main report.
Flouting the advice to keep our distance. Despite repeated warnings, thousands of people flocked to parks, markets and other outdoor venues for the first weekend of spring. And this was filmed on the London Underground this morning, prompting warnings that tougher measures to force people to stay away from each other could soon be taken.
People should stay put and they should stay at home, and that's how to save lives. And it also matters for this reason. You're not only protecting yourself and protecting others, you're protecting the NHS. If you are going out and socialising when you don't need to and taking unnecessary journeys, then you're putting people who in the NHS, you're putting them at risk as well. So stop, and if you don't stop, then we're going to have to take more measures.
Emergency legislation is being pushed through the Commons this week. That'll give the government extra powers if needed. Under the proposals, the police could detain those with coronavirus symptoms and fine them if they refuse to be tested. Airports and ports could also be closed. This would be to try and reduce any steep rise in the number of cases and ease pressure on the NHS. Some medics say there is already a lack of protective equipment and the army is being brought in to deliver supplies.
We have got face masks and we've also got aprons, but that's all we've got. It's a very limited supply of personal protection equipment. We haven't got the shields available to us. I've just got the surgical masks, some of which are out of date, but we are told that they're safe.
The advice to everyone is to stay at least 2 metres apart, to avoid all gatherings and non-essential travel, including visiting holiday homes and caravan parks. The over 70s and those with underlying health conditions like asthma, diabetes or those who are pregnant are advised to significantly limit face-to-face contact with others. And from today, there's extra guidance for 1.5 million people with the most serious conditions, such as respiratory problems, those on dialysis or diagnosed with specific cancers. They've been told to stay home for 3 months.
This isolation is probably going to feel very scary and probably also going to be affecting their mental health. This is a very stressful time for people, but it's critical that people are following this advice and it's staying at home. It will save lives.
School gates stayed shut today except to children of key workers, and Costa Coffee and McDonald's are the latest food outlets to close. Trains are running reduced services and rail franchise agreements have been suspended, which means the government will cover any losses to the operator. Some supermarkets are dedicating an hour to NHS staff to buy their essentials, and they received a warm welcome when they arrived this morning. More coronavirus cases are expected. The advice about how to deal with them and limit the spread is evolving quickly to cope with a new disease and a very fast-moving situation. Lauren Moss, BBC News.
Let's go to our political correspondent Jonathan Blake in Westminster. Is the government about to get even tougher?
Well, there are active discussions underway, as there have been throughout this crisis, but we are going to have to wait and see whether the government is going to take any action immediately to enforce or encourage people further to follow the guidelines to practice social distancing, which, as you've been reporting and as we've been seeing over the last couple of days, simply haven't hit home to enough people, because certain areas, parks and national parks and elsewhere, have been busy with visitors, and many people are, it seems, carrying on not quite as normal, but as normal as possible throughout this crisis. There are meetings happening in government today. The Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, which is the group of scientists which advises the Prime Minister and the government on the science which should be applied during these situations, is meeting, and also the Civil Contingencies Committee, the COBRA Committee, is also meeting this afternoon. So it will be at those meetings that ministers take the decision or not to go further. And the sorts of things we could see, the sorts of things which are up for discussion at the moment, are on one hand, going further than closing pubs, bars, restaurants, theatres and cinemas, and extending that to all non-essential businesses. So everything but food shops and pharmacies really would be asked to or required to close. And then going further than that, we could see some sort of enforcement measures brought in where perhaps the police were given the powers to stop people if they were leaving their homes, or people had to provide evidence for the reason that they were leaving their homes. The sorts of things that are up for discussion. I must stress, though, none of that has been decided, and we may not see any further action if the government decides that people are now taking on board the advice and following it more closely.
Jonathan, thank you very much. Jonathan Blake. Let's talk to our health correspondent, Michelle Roberts, who's here with me now. And as concerns get greater and greater, the real concern is for those vulnerable groups.
Yeah, exactly. As the virus is circulating more in the community, we want to make sure that those who are most at risk of getting severe complications if they catch it, we want to protect those. So the government have outlined their shielding policies. These are measures to try and keep them safe. So these are patients with things like ongoing cancer treatment, very severe respiratory diseases. They're being told to stay at home all the time. No face-to-face contact, ideally, for the next 12 weeks. And that's really an extreme measure, it sounds, but it's to very much protect lives.
Here we are talking, we're 2 metres apart, as everybody needs to be from now on.
Exactly. I mean, this virus doesn't discriminate. It will infect anybody that it comes into contact, potentially. And it's looking after everybody. So everybody is having to keep their own social distance now, but particular vulnerable groups really can't afford to be circulating with other people. And so the government is saying that we need to provide care for them. So there will be a dedicated website where people can register. They should be getting a letter this week or a phone call from their doctor if they fall into this category, this group. If they don't receive that by the 29th of March, they can go online or contact their doctor and say that they've not received the information. And then hopefully people have people at home with them who can offer some support, go and get shopping. But if you haven't got a loved one living with you and you are one of these high-risk groups, there is more support out there. Local councils will be looking at delivering food parcels, essential medicines.
There does seem to be a bit of confusion about outdoors. If we go out on our own, if we're walking a dog on our own, that's okay, isn't it?
So for everybody else, so anybody who's got milder health conditions, so some asthma or diabetes, it's still fine to go out. People over 70, it's still fine to go out with the social distancing. But you should avoid non-essential contact. So while it's okay to go for a walk with your dog, you shouldn't be interacting with anybody close up. And ideally, if you are higher risk, you shouldn't be going into shops even for groceries or prescriptions if there's somebody else who can get that for you. And if you're in these extremely vulnerable groups, don't go out at all, although you could go out in your garden.
OK. Michelle, thank you very much. Michelle Roberts. Good to see you. Now, ministers have warned people should only send their children to school if absolutely necessary. All schools in the UK are officially closed, but under new guidance, the children of key workers are still able to attend. Head teachers say there's confusion over who's eligible, and all parents should only send their children to school if they have no choice. Lee Milner reports.
A common sight at schools today across the country as the government urges parents to keep their children at home if possible. But schools, nurseries and childminders have been asked to provide care for vulnerable children who either have a social worker or special educational needs. Classrooms are also open to children whose parents are key workers, those who are considered critical in the fight against coronavirus.
We are predominantly basing their activities and experiences outdoors to help us with limiting frequent touch to key areas, tabletops. We have den building. We're working hard to keep the children a safe distance apart. Inevitably that poses problems because the children, some of them are 5 years old, and so they're finding this tricky to understand.
The list of key workers includes frontline health workers such as doctors and nurses to police officers and prison staff. But unions say there's still some confusion about which parents are eligible for key worker status, and demand on some schools has been higher than others.
Number one's to 20, OK?
Despite being on the list, care worker Katie Agata has decided to educate her children at home to ease the pressure on her local school.
It's challenging. I'm going to have to change a few things. I think everything's just taught differently now. So maths was a short lesson, so I can actually prepare properly for tomorrow. I'm going to have to do some learning myself this evening. And other than that, we've done quite well. There's been no arguing and everyone's got most of their work done.
Good, next one, just a few little twists.
When it comes to PE lessons, fitness coach Joe Wicks has got it covered. He's been live streaming free lessons to children today and they're proving popular.
So we're doing things like running on the spot, squats, lunges, we're doing climb the rope, we're getting moving, and every single child that took part will walk away from that workout feeling energised, you know, lifting their mood and also just feeling positive and optimistic. And that's what it's about. This is about mental health, about taking care of children.
It's not clear how long schools will remain closed. For now, teachers and parents will have to work together to educate children and, more importantly, keep them and themselves safe. Lee Milner, BBC News.
Let's get the latest now on how schools are adapting to new measures today. JD Barrett is headmaster of the Bristol Royal Grammar School, joins me via webcam. I think you're actually self-isolating at the moment, aren't you?
I am actually. I'm on the last day of my self-isolation, so I'm at home, as you can see, yes.
But as far as the school is concerned, this is effectively day two, because I think you closed on Thursday. So I'm just wondering what's happened in the last 48 hours.
That's right. We closed a day earlier than most schools because we were finding that we didn't have enough staff coming in to educate and care effectively for the children. So today is day two. We've got about 30 children in, predominantly children in the junior school. We're holding our key worker club for anyone up to the age of year 8, because we think year 9 and above can probably look after themselves safely at home. We've had about 30 children in on both days so far, and so far so good. We have a good number of staff. Over half of our staff have volunteered to help with this, which we're really pleased with. And they're doing a mixture of the same sort of remote learning that all our other children are doing, plus trying to do lots of activities outdoors and trying to keep a safe distance from each other as far as is possible.
I'll come on to the education side of this in a moment, but are there any people who are turning up at the school who say they're key workers when they're not?
We're fortunate not to have had that. I do understand it's happening in certain other areas. We actually got slightly ahead of the game last Wednesday or Thursday, I can't remember, and said we were going to hold this key worker club for those children who are eligible, and we asked parents to get in touch with us and let us know in advance. So luckily we had that little bit of advance warning. Around 60 children's parents said they'd be using the facility. So far only about 30 have taken part. I think that message that you should only be sending your children to school if it's completely unavoidable not to do so seems to have been getting through with our parent body. And so far, we've not had any difficulties along those lines.
Did you get a sense that the government was a bit confused in that message early on, and that is now being clarified?
Yeah, I think we're all surprised by the length of the list. That's not to say that anyone's on it who shouldn't be by any stretch of the imagination. Certainly when we started talking about it, we were talking about NHS workers, we were talking about emergency services, maybe supply chain, logistics people and so on. But that list was longer than we thought. That said, the numbers that we have so far are manageable.
Now, obviously, at the back of everybody's mind in a certain year is exams. I'm just wondering, how are you able to get ready for something when you don't know what's going to happen?
Yeah, it's a very difficult one. It's the biggest anxiety for our Year 11 and Year 13 pupils. You know, this is the culmination of what they've been working towards for a large number of years. And, you know, for some of them, they have university places hanging over them, sort of hanging on the results of their exams. So we were a bit surprised with the announcement when it first came out on Wednesday that exams wouldn't be happening. But we're waiting to get a bit more information, which came out on Friday. But as you know, there's still an awful lot of questions. This idea that children will get grades, those grades will be partially dependent on work they've already done, partially dependent on teacher judgment, dependent on prior attainment, all those sorts of things. You know, it's a very, very difficult task to do this and to do it fairly across the huge range of children in the entire country. And so there still needs to be more meat given to those bones, and we're waiting on tenterhooks to hear what that is. The fact is, there may still be exams too. I know that the summer exam series has been, they have been cancelled, but at the same time, the message is out there that if you're not happy with the grade that comes through whatever system is devised, that there'll be a chance to do exams in September or early in the new academic year. So basically, we're trying to keep our children prepared for anything that might come. And our advice very much so far has been it's business as usual as far as learning is concerned. Do carry on learning. We're doing all this remote learning. Teachers are setting work, marking work, feeding back. Don't take your foot off the gas. Let's be ready for whatever comes.
That said, JD, on a personal note, you say you're coming out of self-isolation. Did you have the virus?
I don't know. We haven't been tested. Nobody's being tested, are they? But I just followed the governmental advice. I developed very mild symptoms last Monday and chose to self-isolate straight away for the good of the community, also to set a good example to other staff and pupils, obviously.
Would have been nice, though, to know, wouldn't it?
Of course, it would have been nice to know. I understand there must be pressures on trying to get people tested, which is why it's not happening. As I approach the end of my self-isolation, I'd love to know if I had it, so I know that when I do go out, you know, have I already had the virus, or am I still susceptible to it, and so on. But we presume that the government is doing all that it can to do what it can in terms of this testing.
And on a wider level, the youngsters that you're dealing with, I mean, obviously, this is a worrying time, and that's an understatement for everybody. I just wonder what you do for the wider welfare of youngsters who must have concerns. We're all in times we've never known.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very difficult because obviously one of the biggest jobs that we have as a school is looking after the welfare and the well-being of our children, and that doesn't stop just because we switched to remote learning. So our tutors are in touch with each of the children on at least a twice-weekly basis, just to check in how things are going in terms of academic work, obviously, but more widely in terms of how they're feeling, in terms of their anxieties, in terms of spending a lot more time at home, often cooped up and away from friends and so on. So we're working very hard. The pastoral staff at the school are working with the tutors to ensure that that contact is maintained, to ensure that the well-being of the pupils is cared for, and we give them some suggestions for what they might do to try and ensure their physical and mental well-being while they're away.
Well, JD Barrett, I wish you well with those lessons online or otherwise, and welcome back from self-isolation. Good to talk to you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Now, the Welsh Government says it will force caravan parks to close if necessary after concerns that rural areas will be overwhelmed by people coming to self-isolate during the coronavirus crisis. Well, the Welsh Education Minister Kirsty Williams said that there would be a legal process to follow, but that the government has every intention of using the powers if needed. And we can join the Minister now, who joins us via webcam from Cardiff. That's the sense of anger, is there, that you're in this position?
I'm afraid so. The scenes that we saw over the weekend has caused a great deal of disquiet. We love welcoming people to Wales, and we love people in Wales coming to our beautiful, beautiful areas. I represent the Brecon Beacons National Park, and we're always pleased to welcome people, but not under these circumstances. People need to listen to the very clear advice of governments. Only travel if at all, if that's absolutely necessary to do so. And whilst it's very beautiful in the Beacons and in Snowdonia and on our beaches, it's not necessary for you to be there. And I think if people thought about it for a minute, under normal circumstances, they would never think of doing harm to a fellow citizen. But the reality is being out in crowds like that is doing harm potentially to yourself, to your family, and to the nation's ability to try and slow the spread of this disease.
You talk about a legal process that you will use. I mean, what does that actually mean?
Well, since I gave my press conference this morning, I can confirm that the First Minister has confirmed that he is using his powers to close caravans and camping sites and some of those beauty spots that I just mentioned. Also taking additional powers with regards to licensing. There is some evidence over the weekend that some pubs who, of course, were told they needed to close have not done so, and therefore they now will risk losing their licences permanently if they're found to be in that state. So since I made my announcement on my press conference this morning, the First Minister has acted. Camping and caravan sites will close.
Do you sense that youngsters, and as Education Minister, are children getting the message?
Well, of course, it's incredibly difficult for children and young people. And again, over the weekend, we did have evidence of children and young people being out and about, gathering together, playing games of football and rugby on local parks, doing all the things that children and young people would normally do. And my message to children and young people and their families is, in these times, those things are no longer safe. So Welsh Government and local councils have been working together, for instance, to close children's parks today to reinforce that message. We need families to self-distance as much as possible, to keep children at home, if at all possible, and to be undertaking activities at home. If you're lucky enough to have a garden, to use that space. And if you have no other choice but to go out, then to be so careful to keep it, ensuring you socially distance from anybody else who may be outside with you at that time. And it's hard for children, but they've been so good up until now with the understanding and promoting public health messages, but they need to keep on going, because it's only by strict adherence to these social distancing rules that we can make a difference and we can slow the spread. And we need to slow it so that our NHS services can cope.
Kirsty, if I may, you've mentioned caravans. What about the issue of second homes, which is also one, I think, that affects Wales perhaps more than other parts of the country?
Well, it's an issue that affects many of our rural areas. The message, again, is very, very, very clear. Our services are designed to cope for the population that lives in those areas all year round, whether that be our health services or indeed our supermarkets, for instance. If you have a second home, you clearly love Wales. And if you love Wales, you'll do the right thing by us at the moment, and you will stay in your permanent address. Come back to Wales when it is safe to do so. As I said, you clearly love the country because you have another property here. But if you love the nation, then the best thing you can do for Wales is to stay in your permanent address and visit us at another time. Otherwise, you risk, again, putting yourself and your family and the wider community at risk. The advice is simple and it is clear. We need people to do what is right, and that means stay at home.
Welsh Education Minister Kirsty Williams, really good to have you on the programme this afternoon. Thank you very much for your time. Just to let you know, the House of Commons shortly is going to be debating the stages of a 329-page emergency bill with cross-party support for the urgency and general principles of new laws. Progress of the coronavirus bill is not apparently under threat, but there will still be disagreements and pressure on ministers, and we will take you to the House of Commons when that debate gets underway. 87 clauses giving the government wide-ranging powers, unlike any other recent legislation. And Health Secretary Matt Hancock stressing that the powers in the bill would only be used when strictly necessary and would remain in force only for as long as required to respond to the coronavirus crisis. Well, there are still no drugs that can cure COVID-19 or vaccines to protect against it. But how far are we from developing them? Tim Muffet has been to one research project where scientists hope their work will hasten the development of a vaccine.
In this quarantine unit in East London, a doctor monitors people infected with a respiratory virus. They've got the virus through choice. They're paid volunteers on whom vaccines and drugs are being tested. The plan is for other volunteers here to soon be given a mild strain of coronavirus.
We will take healthy volunteers and we will inoculate them with a version of the human coronavirus, follow their disease time course and then return them to healthy.
It's known as a controlled human infection model. It'll deepen scientific understanding of the virus. Volunteers will be paid around £3,000 and will have to stay in a room like this for 2 weeks.
So this is the room where our volunteers will be staying.
This isn't a big room. How hard do some people find it to stay in a room this size for 2 weeks?
For some people, I would say it is challenging. Hence, we do really watertight screening process to make sure that they are suitable.
It's important to stress that volunteers here will not be infected with COVID-19, the disease caused by a specific strain of the coronavirus. They'll be given a much weaker strain with milder symptoms, but scientists here believe it'll still provide crucial information.
It helps fast-track the development of antivirals and vaccines, so it speeds up the effort of understanding if that potential product is going to be valuable or not.
A vaccine seems to be the only answer to this global crisis. The search for one has united the world's scientific community.
It's a race against the virus, not against each other, and there is a huge effort to produce new vaccines against this disease. And we're seeing a whole number of different platforms that have been in development over several years suddenly coming to fruition and being tested in clinical trials.
At Porton Down Research Centre in Wiltshire, vaccine trials on animals are due to start this week. Initial safety trials on humans are expected to begin next month at Oxford University. It's a daunting, urgent challenge on which so many lives depend. Tim Muffet, BBC News.
Now, time for a look at the weather. The forecast now from Louise Lear.
Hello there. For many of us, it's been a dry, settled story, and that will continue for much of the week. But there are one or two exceptions. However, the bulk of the country seeing blue sky and spring sunshine. But further north and west, well, we've had a Weather Watcher picture which illustrates the point quite beautifully. There is quite a lot of cloud and there will be some outbreaks of rain from a weather front that's going to sit here for a couple of days. So the rainfall totals will start to top up. We could have 100 millimetres or more, but the rain mostly across the Western Isles through the day today. Fair amount of cloud into Scotland and Northern Ireland, but elsewhere we keep the blue sky and we keep the sunshine. Now, there's still a bit of a breeze along that exposed east coast and stronger winds into the far north and west. In fact, here it really will be quite windy, just exacerbating that miserable feel under the cloud and the rain. Elsewhere, well, temperatures should peak into double digits. Again, with that breeze, maybe feeling a little cooler on the east coast, so top temperatures of 7 to 14 degrees. Now, as we move out of Monday into Tuesday, clear skies by day will stay with us through the night, so the temperatures are going to fall away and quite a contrast develops for the start of Tuesday morning. Under the cloud and the rain, it stays mild through the night with overnight lows between 6 and 7 degrees. But further south, low single figures not out of the question. A touch of light frost is quite possible as well. But here it starts off dry, settled and sunny, and with the wind starting to swing round to a more of a southerly, it will feel noticeably milder, particularly in any shelter, so temperatures should peak at 16 degrees. Again, that weather front sitting in the Northern and Western Isles in particular, still producing some wet weather. So it's like a conveyor belt sitting up into the far northwest, and it stays with us on Wednesday. It is going to slowly start to push its way south, but it will weaken all the time and not produce too much in the way of rain as it moves down to the borders. But elsewhere, it's a dry story again on Wednesday, with temperatures peaking at 15 degrees the high. Now, as that weather front pushes its way south, it's not going to produce that much in the way of rain, but one thing that is going to be interesting is the winds will swing round to more of a northerly. So as we approach the weekend, a real difference to the feel of our weather. It's going to stay dry, settled and predominantly sunny for much of the week, but turning noticeably colder.
This is BBC News. I'm Rita Chakrabarti. The headlines. The government considers tougher measures as crowds ignore advice about social distancing aimed at tackling the coronavirus pandemic by visiting open spaces over the weekend.
It's very selfish. The NHS is doing everything it can and preparing for this, the spread of this virus. And if people go within 2 meters of others who they don't live with, then they are helping to spread the virus.
Packed trains on the London Underground despite advice to stay at home. Tube staff say they're furious and social distancing, they warn, is impossible. Even key workers are being told to keep their children at home unless absolutely necessary, as schools across the UK adjust to the new measures designed to reduce the spread of coronavirus.
We are predominantly basing their activities and experiences outdoors to help us with limiting frequent touch to key areas, tabletops.
The government suspends all rail franchises to prevent firms collapsing, as season ticket holders are told they'll receive refunds if they choose to stay at home during the pandemic. The death toll in Spain continues to rise. More than 2,000 people with the virus have now died in the country. And in other news, the former First Minister of Scotland, Alex Salmond, has been cleared of attempted rape and a series of sexual assaults, including one with intent to rape. Hello. The Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, has described people who ignore government advice on social distancing as very selfish. Ministers are considering tougher measures if people continue to gather in large numbers or fail to observe advice about how to stop the spread of coronavirus. This is London this morning. It looks a lot quieter than over the weekend, when large numbers of people appear to ignore warnings to stay at home. Meanwhile, the Health Secretary has acknowledged there have been challenges with the supply of personal protective equipment to NHS staff in England and says millions of masks have now been ordered. All schools in the UK are officially closed today, although the children of key workers are still able to attend. And all rail franchise agreements are to be suspended to prevent train companies from collapsing as passenger numbers plummet. MPs are expected to approve new emergency powers outlined in the coronavirus bill, which would allow police to detain suspected coronavirus carriers and to restrict travel. Our health correspondent Lauren Moss reports.
Flouting the advice to keep our distance. Despite repeated warnings, thousands of people flocked to parks, markets and other outdoor venues for the first weekend of spring. And this was filmed on the London Underground this morning, prompting warnings that tougher measures to force people to stay away from each other could soon be taken.
People should stay put and they should stay at home, and that's how to save lives. And it also matters for this reason. You're not only protecting yourself and protecting others, you're protecting the NHS. If you are going out and socialising when you don't need to and taking unnecessary journeys, then you're putting people who in the NHS, you're putting them at risk as well. So stop. And if you don't stop, then we're going to have to take more measures.
Emergency legislation is being pushed through the Commons this week. That'll give the government extra powers if needed. Under the proposals, the police could detain those with coronavirus symptoms and fine them if they refuse to be tested. Airports and ports could also be closed. This would be to try and reduce any steep rise in the number of cases and ease pressure on the NHS. Some medics say there is already a lack of protective equipment and the army is being brought in to deliver supplies.
We have got face masks and we've also got aprons, but that's all we've got. It's a very limited supply of personal protection equipment. We haven't got the shields available to us, but I've just got the surgical masks, some of which are out of date, but we are told that they're safe.
The advice to everyone is to stay at least 2 metres apart, to avoid all gatherings and non-essential travel, including visiting holiday homes and caravan parks. The over 70s and those with underlying health conditions like asthma, diabetes, or those who are pregnant are advised to significantly limit face-to-face contact with others. And from today, there's extra guidance for 1.5 million people with the most serious conditions, such as respiratory problems, those on dialysis or diagnosed with specific cancers. They've been told to stay home for 3 months.
This isolation is probably going to feel very scary and probably also going to be affecting their mental health. This is a very stressful time for people, but it's critical that people are following this advice and it's staying at home. It will save lives.
School gates stayed shut today except to children of key workers, and Costa Coffee and McDonald's are the latest food outlets to close. Trains are running reduced services and rail franchise agreements have been suspended, which means the government will cover any losses to the operator. Some supermarkets are dedicating an hour to NHS staff to buy their essentials, and they received a warm welcome when they arrived this morning. More coronavirus cases are expected. The advice about how to deal with them and limit the spread is evolving quickly to cope with a new disease and a very fast-moving situation. Lauren Moss, BBC News.
The government is suspending all rail franchises in England for 6 months to ensure that services can carry on during the outbreak. Train companies are at risk of collapse as people stop travelling, with numbers down as much as 70%. The government will now take over the costs of running the lines, as Tom Burridge reports.
Empty platforms, but trains still moving. Crucial if key workers, including NHS staff across Britain, can get to work. But commuter services, normally rammed, now empty. Ticket revenue has plummeted. Train companies have lost money. So the government will suspend all franchise contracts for 6 months so trains on reduced timetables can run.
I think we just all have to follow the government's advice. If you don't need to travel, then please don't. We need to keep those spaces in trains for key workers, such as doctors and nurses who need to get to hospitals. But also we need to concentrate on those freight arteries as well to ensure that supermarket shelves remain well stocked.
The government will now cover the losses. Over 6 months, it could be billions of pounds. Staff shortages is the immediate challenge on the railways. And that's why from today we're seeing fewer trains. But there are concerns in London, where the virus is spreading fastest, that fewer services are now more crowded. That 2-metre distancing rule not possible here. London's congestion charge suspended today. Scenes like this suggest many people still heading into work. On the railways, good news: if you have an advanced or season ticket you're no longer using, you can now get a refund.
Passengers will welcome this package of measures from the government because it will ensure that key services keep running through the current crisis and will also help ensure that the transport industry is in a good shape to come out of the crisis. It also gives some clarity, much needed clarity, about refunds and season ticket refunds as well, although we'll be looking at more details on this, although the government's going to have to keep this package of measures under review through the next few days as the crisis.
The advice is contact your train company to get your money back. Tom Burridge, BBC News.
The train drivers' union, ASLEF, has called on the government to take action to ensure that only essential workers are using public transport. The London Underground was busy this morning, as you saw, with many passengers unable to keep a safe distance from one another. The union's district organiser, Finn Brennan, says the health of key staff is being put at risk.
In some areas this morning, there was serious overcrowding. And the problem seems to be there are large numbers of self-employed workers, especially in areas like construction, who feel they have no other choice than to go to work. So we end up in a situation where we have packed tube carriages, which means the vital workers who have to use those, from supermarket workers to NHS staff, are actually increasing their risk of catching coronavirus while travelling to work. This is not a situation that can be allowed to continue. We need urgent action now to shut down all non-essential businesses. If we have another day where people are being packed into tube carriages, we're simply increasing the spread of the disease and putting people at risk. The government really needs to act now.
And that's the voice of Finn Brennan from the Train Drivers Union. And just to let you know that we are hoping to speak to the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, a little later in the programme. Now, ministers have warned that people should only send their children to school if absolutely necessary. All schools in the UK are officially closed, but under new guidance, the children of key workers are still able to attend. Head teachers say there's confusion over who's eligible, and all parents should only send their children in if they have no choice. Lee Milner reports.
A common sight at schools today across the country as the government urges parents to keep their children at home if possible. But schools, nurseries and childminders have been asked to provide care for vulnerable children who either have a social worker or special educational needs. Classrooms are also open to children whose parents are key workers, those who are considered critical in the fight against coronavirus.
We are predominantly basing their activities and experiences outdoors to help us with limiting frequent touch to key areas, tabletops. We have den building. We're working hard to keep the children a safe distance apart. Inevitably that poses problems because the children, some of them are 5 years old, and so they're finding this tricky to understand.
The list of key workers includes frontline health workers such as doctors and nurses to police officers and prison staff. But unions say there's still some confusion about which parents are eligible for key worker status, and demand on some schools has been higher than others.
Number one's to 20, OK?
Despite being on the list, care worker Katie Agata has decided to educate her children at home to ease the pressure on her local school.
It's challenging. I'm going to have to change a few things. I think everything's just taught differently now. So maths was a short lesson, so I can actually prepare properly for tomorrow. I'm going to have to do some learning myself this evening. And other than that, we've done quite well. There's been no arguing and everyone's got most of their work done.
Good, next one, just a few little twists.
When it comes to PE lessons, fitness coach Joe Wicks has got it covered. He's been live streaming free lessons to children today, and they're proving popular.
So we're doing things like running on the spot, squats, lunges, we're doing climb the rope, we're getting moving, and every single child that took part will walk away from that workout feeling energised, lifting their mood and also just feeling positive and optimistic. And that's what it's about. This is about mental health, about taking care of children.
It's not clear how long schools will remain closed. For now, teachers and parents will have to work together to educate children and, more importantly, keep them and themselves safe. Lee Milner, BBC News.
Well, we can now speak to the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, who joins us from Westminster. Thanks so much for joining us, Mr Shapps. Lots of things to discuss, but the biggest news today is that the fact that the government is now going to take over temporarily the rail franchises. An extraordinary move, but these are extraordinary times. How is it going to work?
Well, they are extraordinary times. These are emergency measures that we put in place, which will last for perhaps 6 months. We'll see. And the simple idea is that we know there's only, of course, about 20% of the ordinary number of people travelling on trains. So we're doing this in the meantime to ensure that key workers, the critical workers, can get to work in order to be at the NHS and all those other critical jobs to help look after us all.
And will you be paying a fee to the train companies in the meantime?
Yeah, we're just going to put a management system in place where we collect the fare take, which is obviously very down from where it would normally be. We'll pay them if they're successful, a management fee for running things in the meantime. But the absolute focus on this is making sure that we run a service that gets those critical workers to where they need to be. And just a simple message for everybody else, in certain places, I think in London in particular, on certain lines, most people are taking the advice to work from home or simply stay away. There are still some people who aren't. Only critical key workers should be on those trains. And if you're watching this, before you travel tomorrow, think again, do I really need to make this journey? And to bosses watching this, please think again about the way that you're scheduling your workforce. Please don't ask people to come into the office. We need to provide distance for people. And that is the sort of plea that goes out today.
Some people have been making the point, particularly given those scenes on the London Underground of quite crowded carriages. Some people have been saying that's because there are fewer trains and so more people are on them.
I'm calling the London Mayor this evening. He runs TfL, of course,
Transport for London.
Say to him, look, if there are particular services which need to go back in, then perhaps he ought to be considering doing that, and we will do that on the wider network, the part that I run. But the most important point is, please don't travel unless you need to. And one good piece of news for your viewers, actually, if you've bought an advance ticket or you have a season ticket, we're making free refunds available across the board, so you can actually get that money back again that's owed back to you, because clearly in the next while you're not going to be able to use those tickets.
That will be good news. How much of the wider rail network is working?
So the whole network is operating. It's somewhere around a Sunday service, though with differences in different places. And it is, of course, a balance, because, as I've stressed, we want the key workers to be able to get there and help protect the NHS and help you and me watching this. But we don't want people travelling for no reason. And as I say, I think the strongest message I can give is not just to people who are travelling, but to people who feel perhaps put upon to travel because their bosses have not yet said, please could you work from home or just stay away. Those are the people that we still need to get to. It's generally working very well. There's vastly fewer people travelling, but there are these hotspots that have been highlighted in some of the pictures you may have seen today.
So would I take from that in a sense, there are more commuter services that are operating more regularly than intercity services, for example, because key staff are going to be working quite locally to where they live?
That's probably generally true. And so to give you one example, if I'd said a Sunday service and referred it to the East Coast main line, that service that's called LNER. In fact, we're running less than a Sunday service because in that particular case, the Sunday service is actually a very busy service. So it is different across the country. But the key message is stay home, protect the NHS and save lives. And we can only do that, I'm afraid, if we do stay home. It doesn't work if people carry on travelling.
OK. Lots of talk since the Downing Street press conference yesterday about the possibility of tighter measures, a greater, more stringent measures, perhaps curfews, perhaps other measures to try and stop people from going out. Can you give us any sense of the direction in which we're heading?
Well, I think, as the Prime Minister was saying yesterday, if we have to go there, then we'll go there. This is Britain. We think that most people actually want to do the right thing. Most people are doing the right thing. And I think what's actually happening is, particularly a sunny day like yesterday, people thought, well, great, we'll go outside, which we all know is good to get exercise, and then ending up in somewhere which was much busier, perhaps, than they anticipated when they first walked to the market, and end up caught up in all that. It's really, really important to stress. 2 metres. Actually, my son in our front room literally got a tape measure out last night and went, actually, look at this. This is 2 metres. It's further than you might imagine. 6 foot, 2 metres. It's further than you might imagine. And you can't do that if you're in close proximity. So please, restrict the amount you're going out. Otherwise, as we've said, we will have to move to the next level on these things, and we're keeping that constantly under review.
So people are wondering how imminent that is. There is an expectation, I think, looking at the headlines today, that is going to happen fairly soon. And I'm asking you, is that the case?
Well, I can't sort of preempt something which is being worked on, thought about as we speak. But I can tell you that there's still the opportunity for people to make sure that we do, as it's called now, socially distance ourselves from each other. I know it's incredibly difficult to do because it's sort of almost humanly unnatural to not want to sort of speak to somebody close up and, just have that proximity. But it's absolutely essential to protect the NHS and to save lives in this country. So to answer your question, all under active consideration. But regardless of that, and right now, as you kind of finish watching this, just make sure, unless it's within your own household, that you are always that 2 metre distance apart from the person next to you.
OK. Very good to talk to you. Thank you so much. Transport Secretary there, Grant Shapps. Well, we're going to take you now to the House of Commons, where MPs are beginning to debate that emergency legislation which is being brought in to deal with the coronavirus outbreak.
The Health Secretary giving away. I just wonder, on the point of testing, could he be absolutely clear? Does the current tests available show whether somebody's got it and has previously perhaps had COVID-19? Does it do both, or does it do just one? And if it does just do one, when are we likely to have a test that does both?
Tests for both of those have recently been developed. The test for whether you have coronavirus, what we call the case test, that was first developed here by Public Health England, and that's being expanded. But also the antibody test to test whether you have the antibodies that make you immune to coronavirus, that has now been developed, and we're buying it in large quantities.
Nobody denies this bill is necessary, but given that this bill gives unprecedented powers to the state to enforce isolation on people who've committed no crime, for the first time in our history, will the Secretary of State reassure the House that this House will be fully involved in renewing this once this crisis is over, and there won't be any drift in this matter?
This is I'll turn to this point very shortly, but I would just correct my honourable friend, because the measures that we are taking in terms of being able to hold people in quarantine, they build on the 1984 Public Health Act, which are the ones that we've been using hitherto. So in that element, this bill is not unprecedented. What it does is it changes it makes these powers UK-wide, and it changes the basis and strengthens the basis on which they can be exercised, but are not unprecedented. But nevertheless, the point he makes about this House's ability to scrutinise these measures and to ensure that we are, as a House, content with their continuation is an important one. If I just turn to that, because I'm just going to answer this point by making a little bit of progress, and then of course I'll come through. Because the bill is jointly agreed between the 4 UK governments, and of course there are measures that are significant departures from the way we normally do things, but they are strictly temporary. And I think that they are proportionate to the threat we face, and they'll only be activated on the basis of the best possible scientific evidence. Crucially, to my honourable friend's point, the right honourable friend. Yes, I thought so. Crucially, the legislation is time limited for 2 years, and the measures can each be switched on and off individually as necessary by the relevant authority, whether that's the UK government or the devolved government, depending on who exercises the powers. And as an additional safeguard, we've brought forward an amendment to give this House the opportunity to confirm that the powers are still required every 6 months. And we've tabled that amendment today. I'll give way here and then over there.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and everyone admires the steps that he's taking. Just on this question of testing, he knows that I've been questioning and corresponding with him on this for some time. Can he explain, given that the test, as he pointed out, was developed in this country, why it is so much less available, it would seem, in this country than in other countries around the world?
Well, we have done more testing than most countries here. There are some countries that are ahead of us, and we're racing to catch up. So we've tested far more than, say, in France or America, but not as much as in Italy. So it's something that we're putting a huge amount of effort into, and I understand the pressure that he rightly puts on me to expand this testing capability, and we're increasingly using private companies to do the testing and to expand their production of the tests and the execution of the tests, rather than just doing it in the brilliant public health labs that we have at Porton Down and around the NHS. I will give way over there and then behind.
For giving way, and can I commend what he said about working with the devolved administrations to get the measures in this bill right. I think it's absolutely crucial that many of these measures are on a UK-wide basis. I realise it's unusual times. There's a specific power in Schedule 21 about the ability to limit entry into premises and to close down, again applying to all 4 administrations. Can you be clear about whether that will apply to care homes? Because I'm getting a lot of concern from constituents who are worried about some care homes that are still not restricting entry to individuals and therefore putting elderly residents at risk. There's a real demand for this to be unified across the country to protect the elderly residents.
We have other ways to enforce that with care homes, not least contractually through local authorities. I understand his concern and to making sure that when people are in care homes, then they need to be protected, and many of them shielded from this virus, because many of the most vulnerable people are in care homes. I'll take away the point and to look at whether there's more that needs to be done, but we do have other powers that are available to deliver on what he and I think, agree is needed. Up here,
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and obviously I commend him for accepting the 6-month review, I think it is, that he has just announced. But will you tell the House, in the event that the House decides that one element of this Act is working badly, will we be able to amend or strike out that element, or do we have to take the whole thing or reject it at those 6-month points?
We're proposing, as discussed with the opposition, a 6-month debate and vote on the continuation of the bill. And before that debate, we will provide evidence and advice from the Chief Medical Officer to inform the debate. And there is also a reporting mechanism for a report every 8 weeks on the use of the powers in the bill. I'll give way. Thank you. I'll give way over here and then up there.
Can I first of all thank my right honourable friend for the time he has taken in explaining every stage that he has used the powers of his office to this House and indeed to the people through the media. I'm hugely grateful. I know many others are. Could I just, however, state that over the last 3 weeks the world has changed in rather more radical sense than many of us appreciated, and the powers lying within this bill, even over 6 months, are likely to change and are going to be exercised in different ways. Can he assure me that not only he but all other ministers will be exercising their powers and looking at them reasonably in keeping with only the coronavirus issue and making sure that they are limited to the purpose for which they were intended? Because these powers could, in different circumstances, be used in a particularly malicious fashion.
Well, yes, I can confirm that this bill is to deal with the current coronavirus emergency, and that is an important point. But I'd also say that although the world has changed in the past 3 weeks in ways that many couldn't have imagined, every measure that has been taken by the government has been part of the action plan that we published 3 weeks ago. And this bill, which of course has been drafted over an awful long time, because it started on the basis of the pandemic flu plan that was standard before coronavirus existed, and then has been worked on over the past 3 months at incredible pace by a brilliant team of officials right across government. This is consistent with the action plan, and so whilst some people might have been surprised by each of the measures we've taken, they have all been part of the plan that we set out right at the start. But I can confirm to him that it's only for coronavirus. And I also want to give further detail to my previous answer to the honourable gentleman from, I think, Swansea, who's on his phone. Thank you. Which is that Section 21 does not specify what it defines as a gathering or an event. It is deliberately broad, so it could include a care home, should we need it to, and that would be defined in secondary regulation, should that be necessary. I'll give way up here and then make some progress.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the whole House will want to support my right honourable friend in the provisions of this bill. I just want to reinforce 2 points. The first is that I am concerned, was very concerned to see the 2-year time period, which is why I signed New Clause 1 and New Clause 6 in the name of my right honourable friend. And I'm very pleased to hear what the government has said about the 6-month review. But notwithstanding what he just said about the period of time in which this has been produced, it is a heroic effort. 321 pages of legislation which may well be subject to changes in the next few weeks and months as this crisis develops. I hope, therefore, he will see the 6-month review not just as a rubber stamping effort, but also a chance to improve the legislation should it require that improvement.
Well, we could consider that. The proposal is to have a debate and a vote as opposed to a whole new piece of legislation, and of course only to renew it if the measures in the bill are still necessary, and then of course they'll fall after 2 years. I understand the concern of my right honourable friend and his wisdom, and I know that as Secretary of State he dealt with some of these issues, albeit not here but around the world, and he knows the sorts of measures that are needed, which are contained in the bill. I'll take one more intervention and then I must make some progress.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and would he just clarify on the point of the 6 months? Obviously, for people who are chronically ill or have a serious disability, 6 months is quite a long time, and some of the changes are proposing social care implications with the devolved regions or with local government. What will happen if there is negative effects on people who receive social care within that six-month period? What recourse will members have to bring that to the House?
There is recourse. I'll come on to that in a moment, because in the social care measures, which are very important, the purpose of the social care measures in the bill is to allow for a prioritisation of social care, should that be necessary. But there are a number of restrictions on that, because local authorities will still be expected to do what they can to meet everyone's needs during that period. So whilst local authorities will be able to prioritise to ensure that they meet the most urgent and serious care needs, there are restrictions to require them to meet everyone's needs, and indeed to fulfil the human rights obligations that those in receipt of care have. One final time I'll give way, and then I really must make some progress.
I'm most grateful to the Secretary of State in giving way. Can I first of all thank him for the excellent work he's done in ensuring that individuals get the care they need in these difficult, challenging times. On the human rights perspective, can I thank the Secretary of State and the government for listening to faith organisations, because initially, under Part 2, there was concerns that loved ones would have to be cremated. And as somebody from a Muslim background, and also the Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Freedom of Religion or Belief, taking into account the views of the Muslim and the Jewish community, it was completely unacceptable to look at that. So can I thank the government for now ensuring that deceased wishes will be taken into account in relation to their final rights?
I pay tribute to my honourable friend who's worked hard on this to ensure that we come through with a solution in this bill, given the amendments that we've tabled today, to ensure that we can both have dignity in the case of a large proportion of the workforce not being available, but also accede to the wishes of the families and of faith, the communities of faith of many different faiths who had concerns with the way that this was originally drafted, and pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the Paymaster General, who found a way through which I think everybody can be content with. If I can make a bit of progress, Mr. Speaker, if I can make a bit of progress. Essentially, the bill gives all 4 UK governments a legislative and regulatory toolkit to respond in the right way at the right time and working through the action plan. And while I hope that some of these powers will never have to be used, we will not hesitate to act if that is what the situation requires.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and following on from the Honourable Member for Gillingham, I'm grateful for the work the Government has done in this area, because quite naturally many of my constituents, both from the Muslim background and the Jewish faith, were rightly concerned about this. And this is one of the major tenets of faith, and everybody has the right to have the dignity and faith in death. So I'm grateful for the government to listen. But will the Minister also join me in this very difficult time for all our communities, the role that our faith communities and the difficult decisions that our faith communities are taking? Will he join me in thanking them for all the support they are giving?
I entirely agree, and in a way this exchange is an example of the cross-party approach that we're all taking. I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for the work that he's done on this, working with the Paymaster General and bringing this point to light. I'm also very grateful for the work that he's done with many others to ensure that those who understandably want to gather as faith groups of any religion, understandably it is upsetting not to be able to do that. But it is also right that they cease large gatherings, or indeed any gatherings where there is social contact that can spread the disease. It's happening around the world. It is a difficult thing for some, and I pay tribute to those faith organisations who have made the right decision and the faith leaders who have done the right thing across all faiths here. And I urge all faith leaders to see what has been done by those who've taken the right steps and follow them. I also want to thank the honourable gentleman opposite for the constructive approach that he's taken to the passage of this legislation and the constructive tone that he has taken to this whole crisis. And just to reassure him that I listen to what he says very carefully, even when he doesn't agree, he's done so in a calm, sensible and evidence-based way. And I think you can see from the bill that we've taken on many of his suggestions, and they go into law along with the Labour administration in Wales and the SNP government in Scotland and the multi-party administration in Northern Ireland. We've taken on ideas from all parties. The measures in the bill fall into 5 categories. 1, because we rely on the NHS and social care staff now more than ever, the first set of measures helps us increase the available health and social care workforce. 2, easing the burden on frontline staff, both within the NHS and beyond. 3, measures to contain and slow the spread of the virus so we can enforce social distancing. 4, managing those who the disease has taken from us with dignity and respect. And 5, supporting people to get through this crisis. And I'm going to briefly take each of these 5 parts in turn. The first part is about boosting our healthcare workforce at a time when it comes under maximum pressure, both through increased demand and because household isolation and because large parts of that workforce may fall sick. The bill allows for the emergency registration of health and social care professionals, including nurses, midwives, paramedics and social workers. And I can tell the House, I can update with numbers, 7,563 clinicians have so far answered our call to return to work, including members of this House, and I want to pay tribute to every single one of them. These are difficult times, and they have risen to the call of the nation's needs, and we know that many more will join them. Our thanks also to the social workers who play such a vital role in protecting the most vulnerable in this country, and the bill protects the income and the employment status of those who volunteer in the health and social care system. Volunteers will play a critical role in relieving the pressure on frontline clinicians and social care staff, and again, I offer our thanks. I give way to the Liberal Democrat.
I'm very grateful for the Minister giving way. Is he aware that there are many in the refugee community in the UK who are qualified healthcare professionals? I've spoken to refugee charity RefuAid, who says they have 514 qualified healthcare professionals on their book, people who are willing to work, fully qualified in their own country, but there are bureaucratic barriers for them coming forward. Will you please look at this with great urgency so these people can help us out?
Yes. If he'll email me with the details, we'll get right onto it. What he calls the bureaucratic barriers are, of course, we've got to make sure that people are able to do the work that is necessary, but we have already shown in the bill that we're willing to both bring people back into service and also put into service those who are towards the end of their training to make sure we get as many people in full service as possible. I absolutely want to pick up on the proposal that he makes and take it up with the GMC or the relevant regulator to see whether we can find a way through for the period of this crisis. I'll give way here and then there.
I just wonder whether he may not need an additional power in relation to the Home Office being able to waive the fees for Tier 2 and Tier 5 visas for foreign nationals who are already working in the NHS and are about to have to renew their status in this country, or for those who've been studying as students.
It's already in the power of NHS Trust to pay those visa fees if it's necessary. Yes.
Also look at the immigration surcharge as well for doctors and nurses who are working in our ICUs, and also would he look to personally at the issues around research trials for potential new drugs or treatments or existing drugs or treatments that are being used, where I've had concerns raised with me that those processes are all being delayed by traditional randomised controlled trials processes, which may not be appropriate given the emergency we face.
Absolutely. This point is one that the Chief Medical Officer is personally looking into to make sure that when there's a treatment we can bring it to bear as soon as safely possible. Now, there is a challenge with a disease which has thankfully a mortality rate as a proportion of the overall population as low as this one, which is that you don't want to do more harm than good. But many of these drugs are already safe because they're already in licence for another purpose, and it's a question of repurposing. This is on treatment rather than vaccine, and is something that we're actively working on. If she's got examples of particular barriers that we need to crunch through, then I'd like to know about them. If she could email me, I'll take them up with the MHRA. I'll just make a little bit more progress, because I also want to bring the House's attention to the professional indemnity clauses. Where there is no existing professional indemnity agreement in place, the bill provides legal protection for the additional clinical responsibilities that healthcare staff may be required to take on as part of the coronavirus response. I don't want any clinician not doing something that they can do because they worry about the indemnity and what might happen if it goes wrong. I want everybody in the NHS to be doing their very best to the top of their qualification to be looking after people and keeping people safe. Yes, I'll give way over here and then up there.
Secretary, now can I commend him for everything that he and his team are doing in order to ensure that we have healthcare professionals who are returning at the right time, which is to say when this disease peaks around about Easter. We're going to have to really move at pace in order to put the indemnity he has cited in place to ensure that people are physically and mentally fit to do this work, and crucially to ensure that they are skilled or reskilled in order to do what we're asking of them. Can he assure the House that those three things are being put in place?
Absolutely. All of that is absolutely in hand. He's quite right to raise it.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way and genuinely thank him for everything he is doing, and we are all rooting for him to be successful. I am genuinely worried about what is happening in London hospitals already and what that says about the prospects for the rest of the NHS. He's right to try and get staff to return, but we've got to be able to keep them there when they arrived. I've seen disturbing reports over the weekend of agency staff walking out mid-shift because they don't have the right protective gear and the right hand sanitising hand gel and the things that they would expect to keep themselves and patients safe. Can he look really urgently at this issue? Because London is really the story that will follow for the rest of the country if we don't get this right.
Yes, this is what I've been spending the weekend on. Absolutely, it's incredibly important. If I turn to the second part of the bill, Mr. Speaker, which is about easing the burden on the front line and follows from that intervention. This refers not only to the NHS front line, but to the dedicated public servants who guard our streets, who care for our children, look after communities in local government. In short, all those who keep the UK running safely and securely. By cutting down on the amount of paperwork they have to do, by allowing more remote working, by delaying some activities until after the emergency has ended, we can keep essential services going while we get through the pandemic. Some of the measures, Mr. Speaker, are difficult and not what we would choose to do in normal times. For instance, the bill will temporarily modify mental health legislation, reducing from 2 to 1 the number of doctors' opinions needed to detain someone under the Mental Health Act because they pose a risk to themselves or others. In circumstances where staff numbers were severely affected, the bill allows for the extension or removal of legal time limits governing the short-term detention of mental health patients. The bill also allows for an expansion of NHS critical care by allowing for rapid discharge from hospital where a patient is medically fit. NHS trusts will be permitted to delay continuing healthcare assessments, a process that can take weeks, until after the emergency has ended. The people who need this support will still receive NHS funding in the interim. The bill contains powers allowing local authorities to prioritise the services they offer, as we discussed earlier with relation to social care. And this prioritisation, while challenging, is vital. The measures would only be activated in circumstances where staff numbers were severely depleted. They do not remove the duty of care to an individual at risk of serious harm or neglect. We do not take any of these measures lightly, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope that many will not have to be used, but we will do whatever it takes to beat this virus.
For the Secretary of State giving way, being very generous. On the point of frontline care, particularly those working in intensive care units around the country, can I ask the Secretary of State again, press him again, when will those staff be tested? There are many staff that want to go to work but are afraid that they may be carrying the virus. And those that are at work, if they're tested and they have the virus, they want to go and isolate in order that they can return as quickly as possible to the front line. When are they going to be tested?
The answer is as soon as the tests that we're buying are available, and expanding testing is absolutely critical to everything that we're doing. Madam Deputy Speaker, this section of the bill also covers other mission-critical parts of public services, not just the NHS, including schools, borders, justice and national security. The bill empowers schools, for instance, to respond pragmatically to this situation, including the ability to change teacher ratios, to adapt school meal standards and temporarily to relax provisions for those with special educational needs. The bill also gives the Home Secretary the power to close and suspend operations at UK ports and airports, powers that will be deployed in circumstances only where staff shortages at the border force pose a real and significant threat to the UK's border security. It expands on the availability of video and audio link in court proceedings so justice can continue to function without the need for participants to attend in person. And to ensure that the Treasury can transact business at all times, the bill makes it possible for a single minister or Treasury Commissioner to sign instruments or act on behalf of other commissioners. At a time of unprecedented social disruption, it is essential also to maintain our national security capabilities. The bill allows temporary judicial commissioners to be appointed at the request of the Investigatory Powers Commissioner, and for an increase in the maximum time allowed for an urgent warrant to be reviewed from 3 to 12 days. This means that vital investigation warrants can continue to be issued and our security services and police can continue to protect the public. And I'll give way.
Secretary of State for giving way, and on the key points of people with mental health problems being signed off by one doctor and the question of children with special needs and a loosening of the regulations around that, what measures can be put in place, perhaps by local authorities or by others, so that there is a review mechanism on those two very important, crucial points for vulnerable people?
Well, clearly, these are issues of the highest sensitivity. It is important that we take these measures in case they're needed in the circumstances where staff numbers available are low, to make sure that we can get these the support needed as appropriate and make the interventions that are sometimes difficult to make. Because it can be, in some circumstances, far worse, for instance, not to detain somebody under section in the Mental Health Act where they are a danger to themselves or others. And if there isn't the availability of a second doctor because of staff shortages because of the virus, then I think it is appropriate. But the safeguards are an important part of getting this right, and it's an important part of why this is time limited.
He's been incredibly generous. Section 23 talks about food supply chains, absolutely crucial, and he'll have seen that many supermarkets are taking on additional workers to meet the demand that's there. But whether he could provide an answer or get one from the Treasury, I've had many people who are thinking of applying for those jobs, perhaps to make up loss in income. So even if they're covered by the 80% wage subsidy, whether they're able to take on extra work or they would lose the 80% wage subsidy from their existing job. Could he get some urgent clarity on that? Because it could be deterring people from taking up those important jobs in our supermarkets and supply chains.
Well, that really is a question for the Treasury. My understanding is that the 80% wage subsidy is for those that are furloughed, as the Chancellor put it, as opposed to those who've moved into other jobs. But he'll have to ask the Treasury for a more detailed answer. I'll give way over here.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for giving way and also for all the work that he is doing and indeed the House is doing with regard to this essential legislation. Can I ask him with particular regard to university settings? Seems to be some confusion. I've looked at the sort of Universities UK advice, but it seems to be that some universities just don't seem to be following this and seem to be requiring students to attend, notwithstanding the advice the country at large may be given.
I'm surprised to hear that because we've been very, very clear about universities alongside schools. Of course, it's a matter for my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, in the first instance, but on the public health grounds, we made it absolutely clear that we were taking the steps to close schools and nurseries and universities and colleges, except for the children of key workers, where they absolutely need to be at school, where they, for instance, neither parent can look after them, but all those at university can stay at home on their own and don't need a parent, and so I don't think there's any excuse whatsoever. I'll give way.
I'm extremely grateful. Our local authority, the new Unitary Bucks Council, has made the point that workers who are furloughed in leisure centres may need to be redeployed into other council areas where they wouldn't normally be employed. This raises a particular problem that they really need to use the furlough scheme, take those workers out of the leisure centres and put them into social care, quite a different industry. Will he undertake to make sure that that is possible?
I don't think it needs a legal change in order to do that, because to essentially second somebody from one job into another is perfectly possible under existing employment law. In fact, the bill brings in a statutory volunteering scheme, which is essentially a new form of employment through volunteering, which is one way that this could be done. But I wouldn't expect it to be the main way, because if somebody was moving to do a different type of job, because we need more people doing some things and fewer doing others during this crisis, that sort of secondment can be done in an entirely normal way, unless I've misunderstood my honourable friend.
Well, he's slightly misunderstood, and I hope he won't mind me saying so. The point really is that all councils will be hemorrhaging money at this time, and they will need that 80% support with those workers who they would otherwise furlough, so they can then use them as volunteers. The point is to constrain cost.
Okay. I'll take that up with the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I'll give way one more time and then make some further progress.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. Whilst we understand that these are exceptional circumstances, there is understandably grave concern about the lowering of social care standards. We are talking about some of the most vulnerable in our society, the elderly and disabled of all ages, and having the human rights, the Convention on Human Rights as a backup could see care standards lowered to a dangerously low level, putting these people at risk. Could the Secretary of State outline what will be the thresholds for turning these powers on and indeed back off again to ensure that these do not become the new norm?
The threshold is about the amount of staff shortages that there might be, and I would gently, Madam Deputy Speaker, say to the Honourable Lady, I understand her concerns, but in fact the purpose of these is precisely the opposite. It's to make sure that those who need social care, when there is a shortage of social care workers, those who need social care to live their everyday life, can get it, and that they can be prioritised over and above those who have a current legal obligation to legal right to social care under the Care Act 2014, but for whom it is not a matter of life and death. So this is absolutely about prioritising the vulnerable, and that's the purpose of the legislation. But I understand where she's coming from, and that's why we've put the safeguards in place to ensure that the prioritisation is as intended. If I could just, yes, one more, and then I'll move on.
Thank you. I'm so grateful for my right friend for giving way. I want to ask a generalised question about the supply of medicine. Paul Howard, a consultant in palliative medicine at our excellent hospice on the island, says that under patient group direction, that's group prescriptions, nurses can give out morphine, but due to a quirk in the rules, they can't give similar powerful opiate painkillers. My question is, will this bill enable nurses to give controlled drugs as part of patient group direction, specifically just in case medical supplies run short, but specifically also because we are reliant on ferries on the island and it gives us slightly more diversity in patient treatment?
Well, I'll look into the specific point that he makes. There are parts of the bill that would help to tackle the problem that he describes if it's appropriate to do so. But I think it's better if I get some medical advice and get back to him. The third part of the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, are measures to slow the spread of the virus. As this disease accelerates, our goal is to protect life, to protect the vulnerable, and to protect the NHS by flattening the curve and minimising unnecessary social contact. This is a national effort, and everyone has their part to play. Self-isolating if you or anyone in your house has symptoms, working from home wherever possible, avoiding social gatherings, and of course, regularly washing your hands. And the bill provides for us to go further. It gives us stronger powers to restrict or prohibit events and public gatherings, and where necessary, to shut down premises. The bill gives the police and border force the power to isolate a person who is or may be infectious. And this part of the bill also allows us to close education settings or childcare providers and to postpone elections that were due to take place in England in May this year for 1 year. And these measures, Madam Deputy Speaker, are not measures anyone would want to take, but they are absolutely necessary in this crisis. I'll give way there and then here.
To the Secretary of State of giving way, he will be aware that over the weekend thousands of people made the distance to holiday areas and rural areas such as mine. Can I just ask him, in terms of Schedule 21, do the powers there allow ministers to require people, in the circumstances where local health boards are saying that they're under increased pressure, to remain in their primary residences?
It's a really important point because we have advised against all unnecessary travel, and I don't regard going to your holiday home in Wales as a necessary journey. And there is a risk of putting extra pressure on the NHS in rural areas from large numbers of people going to second homes, and so I entirely understand the concern that the Honourable Gentle has raised. And the powers do allow for a constable to take somebody to a place in order to prevent the spread of the infection, and making sure, therefore, that we can police the public health guidance that we've given. And we've been absolutely clear over the last few days that if people do not follow this advice, then we will not hesitate to act. And we did this last week with pubs and clubs and restaurants, where we said that people shouldn't go. It was clear that some were still open, and so we then took the decision to close them down with the enforcement powers for the police and trading standards. And this bill provides those powers more broadly. I'll give way to the front bench of the Scottish National Party.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State, and I'm pleased with what he's said. This is a very significant problem. I've had more than 1,000 emails over the weekend from constituents that are petrified as to what is going on. The Highland area is more than 10% of the UK landmass. We have one acute hospital in Inverness. Some of these tourist destinations are more than 3 hours from Inverness. We have been absolutely inundated with people that show no concern for the local population. People that are saying that they've now been denied the right to travel to the islands by ferry because we've stopped it, that they're going to come to Skye. This is a dangerous, dangerous situation where they're imperilling the lives of our constituents. They must go home and they must stay at home, and I'm sure the Secretary of State would agree.
Well, what can I say? I am concerned that people not following the public health advice.
And to the Secretary of State for giving way. Some holiday companies have been responsible. So Sykes Cottages, for example, has cancelled a whole raft of bookings for weeks ahead. But my honourable friend, the member for West Ham, raises by phone the fact that there are lots of Airbnb bookings still available in holiday resorts. Surely this is irresponsible. If the companies won't do the responsible things by limiting access to holiday properties, does this bill give the government to act? And if so, will the government act to stop this kind of behaviour?
Well, if it is deemed a risk to public health, then this bill does give the potential power through secondary legislation to take action if that is needed. I'll give way here and then here.
I'm grateful to him for giving way, and I mean this in a constructive way, but it does feel that we are constantly behind the curve. We are always waiting for people not to do what we've asked them to do before we then step in and try to introduce more strict communications. And so I would beg him, will he underpin this legislation and everything else the government is doing with a much bigger, wider, louder, more comprehensive public education campaign? Because right now it clearly is not getting through. Anyone who is looking at the coverage over the weekend around people gathering in Richmond Park and elsewhere will know that it's not being heard. We need to be doing an awful lot more to be able to catch up and get ahead of this.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is the most comprehensive public communications campaign probably in the history of government peacetime communications, and maybe I'll send a poster to the honourable lady. Yes.
My right honourable friend, the issue around Brits seeking to isolate in remoter parts of this country is a big issue for me again in Rutland. Over the weekend I went around the constituency, I saw pile after car, I saw caravan parks open and hotels advertising for self-isolation holidays and breaks within my constituency. So can he just confirm, for the benefit of all those in the House, that the current guidance is that people should stay in their own homes and should not be travelling for self-isolation holidays or anything of the sort?
Yeah. Yes, I agree with my honourable friend. If I can turn, Madam, I'll take one more intervention, and then, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I might make some progress.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State being very generous, but these are important issues. On the issue of social distancing, is there something that he feels might happen tomorrow that currently isn't happening today as far as people's behaviour is concerned? People gathering in their thousands on the beautiful landmark of the Wrekin in my constituency. It's right that people should have exercise, physical, mental health and well-being, but social distancing is not being followed by many, and whether it be the Wrekin, whether it be Holland Park or Hyde Park or St James Park, or in counties around this House today, can I ask what behavioural changes he expects? Is it not the case that we will have lockdown, and isn't it better to have it today rather than next week?
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point, and we're absolutely clear that we're prepared to take the action that is necessary. I'm going to make some progress. The fourth part of the bill contains measures for managing the deceased in circumstances where many of those involved in the registration and management of death will themselves be self-isolating. And we want to ensure that those taken from us by the virus are treated with the utmost dignity, while protecting public health, of course, and respecting the wishes of bereaved families. Among other measures, the bill will expand the list of people who can register a death to include funeral directors. It will mean that coroners can only have to be notified where there isn't a medical professional available to sign a death certificate. It'll allow death certificates to be emailed instead of physically presented. It'll remove the need for a second confirmatory medical certificate in order for a cremation to take place. And the bill gives local authorities the power to take control of elements of the process if needed. These powers would only be used if absolutely necessary and on clinical advice. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we plan for the worst, even while we work for the best. I'll give way and then make some further progress.
So we'll know that the new medical examiner has been introduced in many areas, including in Durham. They have a role of looking into deaths in hospitals. Clearly, their role is going to be inundated if you get large numbers of deaths. Is there anything in the bill that loosens up their role? Because otherwise they're going to be overwhelmed by the number of examinations they'll have to do.
Well, I very much hope that they won't, and the medical examiners regime is a very successful one that, as he says, we're expanding across the country, and we don't deem it necessary, not least because we think that we can expand that if necessary. So we don't think that there's need for a statutory change in what is an area that's improving. I'm going to turn now to the fifth and final part. I'll give one more time, and then...
I'm very grateful. It's just... Obviously, there may be instances where it's impossible to allow for a normal funeral in the way that one would be used to having, and it might be that there have to be mass funerals, or for that matter, that there might have to be instances where just one person is allowed to attend apart from the celebrant themselves. I wonder whether it might be possible to ensure in all local authorities, in particular in crematoria, that it's possible to film such moments so that at least loved ones have an opportunity to feel that they're somehow engaged and online, if not in person.
I know that the Honourable gentleman speaks from experience of having presided over these events, and yes, that is available and increasingly available, and I entirely understand why many people would want that. The fifth and final part of the bill includes measures to protect and support people through this crisis. This is not an exhaustive list of everything we plan to do, but the principle is that no one should be punished for doing the right thing and self-isolating if they or someone in their household has symptoms. And to make that happen, the bill will ensure that statutory sick pay is paid from day one, and this will be applied retrospectively from the 13th of March. Small businesses with fewer than 250 employees will get a full refund for sick pay relating to coronavirus during the course of the emergency. And finally, the bill will require industry to provide information about food supplies. This all comes alongside our plan for people's jobs and incomes announced by the Chancellor on Friday. The bill allows the 4 UK governments to activate these powers when they're needed and deactivate them when they are no longer needed. We ask for these powers as a whole to protect life. We'll relinquish them as soon as the threat to life from coronavirus has passed. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill means we can do the right thing at the right time, guided by the best possible science. That science gets better every day. This disease can isolate us, but it cannot separate us from the ties that bind us together. And with patience and resolve, and with the painstaking use of data and evidence, with the whole nation working together as one United Kingdom, we will get through this, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Shadow Secretary of State Jonathan Ashworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I start by putting on record my thanks to the Secretary of State for his kind words.
OK, well, a lengthy statement there by the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock. This is MPs debating emergency legislation, the coronavirus bill, to give the government special powers. The Health Secretary went through them, new powers relating to schools, borders and airports, more video and audio links in courts. The bill will give stronger powers to shut down premises, to promote social isolation, and will also give the police more powers to isolate infectious people. And one interesting statistic, he said that in terms of that call to retired doctors and nurses, men and women who've been retired for 3 years or less, that 7,563 clinicians had answered the call to return to work. So an interesting figure there. Now, for viewers wondering about the daily press conference that usually comes from Downing Street, we understand that there's no press conference at 5 p.m. today, as usual, because the Prime Minister is chairing a Cobra emergency meeting. But we are expecting to hear more from him later this evening. So the usual daily slot at around 5 p.m. is postponed today, but we are expecting to hear from Boris Johnson at some stage later this evening. Well, I'm joined now by our health correspondent, Nick Triggle. And while the Health Secretary was speaking there, Nick, NHS England released today's figures about coronavirus, the number of patients, the number of deaths. What are they?
Well, sadly, a further 46 people have died with coronavirus. That brings the total to 303 since the outbreak started. All the patients were between 47 and 105, and they all, we understand, had underlying health conditions. We're still actually waiting for the update for the number of positive infections. Yesterday it was at 5,600, although we must remember we're only testing patients in hospital at the moment. There's perhaps 10 to 20 times that number they estimate in the community.
Is there a strategy to start testing more widely than that?
Yes, the government has an ambition to be testing up to 25,000 people a day. Hospital patients, those in intensive care are the priority, but they want to roll it out so there's testing available for health workers so they can see and then quickly get back to work if they've had contact with infected people. And they also do want to do more in the community and testing more to see to get a really accurate handle on how widespread it is there too.
And why is this taking so long?
Well, we started off with 10 Public Health England testing centres. They've started doing it in hospital labs, and they've also got the private sector on board. So they are ramping it up, but it has taken a number of weeks to get where we are. We're testing about 5,000–6,000 a day at the moment, so there's still some way to go there.
So I mentioned a little earlier that the usual daily press conference has been postponed today amid a lot of speculation of a further clampdown of measures in terms of social distancing and how much people can go out.
Yes, indeed. We're told the government is very, very actively considering tighter measures. There was concern over the weekend when images of people flock into open spaces and parks we've seen people on busy trains and tubes as well. Now this morning the Health Secretary Matt Hancock said sort of people not following this social distancing behaviour were very selfish, and he said nothing is off the table, and we're looking at other European countries to see what they're doing. In Germany, they've introduced steps so that people can't go out in groups of more than 2. Other countries limit how far you can go from your home, just a few hundred yards, so you can still go out for a walk, but you can't go far. So we will obviously be watching what the Prime Minister says tonight.
But these are the sort of options, these are the things that other countries have been doing. I just wanted to tell you that we've heard news that the French President Emmanuel Macron and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping have agreed a summit of the G20 group of nations to coordinate the world's economic and public health response to the coronavirus. They say that this is necessary. That's quite interesting, isn't it? Because there has been criticism that the response globally has been pretty piecemeal.
Yes, I mean, this has been a fast evolving, developing issue, hasn't it? And what we've seen as coronavirus has started spreading in individual countries, individual governments taking their own steps, sometimes not in line with other countries. And there's a lot of debate, should we all be doing the same thing, acting in the same way? But it's difficult when there's different stages and different levels of outbreak. And economically, obviously, the steps that have been taken are having a big impact on economies. So I think that will be a big focus of those talks.
And always worth reminding people, Nick, of those basic measures to take to keep yourself safe.
Absolutely. I mean, hand washing, as it always has been, is one of the golden rules. If you develop symptoms, you should self-isolate, as should the whole household for 14 days. Obviously, there is stricter advice for the over 70s and those with health conditions to strictly follow the social distancing advice. And this weekend it was announced those members of the public who fall into that very, very high risk group, people who are undergoing chemotherapy or organ transplants, some cancers, that they have to shield themselves, not have any social contact, and they will actually be contacted by their GP or the NHS over the next week, we are told, so they know exactly what they need to do.
OK, very good. Useful reminder, Nick Triggle, many thanks. Our health correspondent, Nick Triggle there. Now, the headlines are coming up, but first it's time for a look at the weather. Here's Louise Lear.
Hello there. For many of us, it's been a dry, settled story, and that will continue for much of the week. But there are 1 or 2 exceptions. However, the bulk of the country seeing blue sky and spring sunshine. But further north and west, well, we've had a weather watcher picture which illustrates the point quite beautifully. There is quite a lot of cloud, and there will be some outbreaks of rain from a weather front that's going to sit here for a couple of days. So the rainfall totals will start to top up. We could have 100 millimetres or more, but the rain mostly across the Western Isles through the day today. Fair amount of cloud into Scotland and Northern Ireland, but elsewhere we keep the blue sky and we keep the sunshine. Now, there's still a bit of a breeze along that exposed east coast and stronger winds into the far north and west. In fact, here it really will be quite windy, just exacerbating that miserable feel under the cloud and the rain. Elsewhere, well, temperatures should peak into double digits. Again, with that breeze, maybe feeling a little cooler on the east coast, so top temperatures of 7 to 14 degrees. Now, as we move out of Monday into Tuesday, clear skies by day will stay with us through the night, so the temperatures are going to fall away and quite a contrast develops for the start of Tuesday morning. Under the cloud and the rain, it stays mild through the night with overnight lows between 6 and 7 degrees. But further south, low single figures not out of the question. A touch of light frost is quite possible as well. But here it starts off dry, settled and sunny, and with the wind starting to swing round to a more of a southerly, it will feel noticeably milder, particularly in any shelter, so temperatures should peak at 16 degrees. Again, that weather front sitting in the northern and western Isles in particular, still producing some wet weather. So it's like a conveyor belt sitting up into the far northwest, and it stays with us on Wednesday. It is going to slowly start to push its way south, but it will weaken all the time and not produce too much in the way of rain as it moves down to the borders. But elsewhere, it's a dry story again on Wednesday, with temperatures peaking at 15 degrees, the high. Now, as that weather front pushes its way south, it's not going to produce that much in the way of rain, but one thing that is going to be interesting is the winds will swing round to more of a northerly. So as we approach the weekend, a real difference to the feel of our weather. It's going to stay dry, settled and predominantly sunny for much of the week, but turning noticeably colder.
This is BBC News. I'm Rita Chakrabarti. The headlines. The government considers tougher measures as crowds of people ignore social distancing advice aimed at tackling the coronavirus pandemic by visiting open spaces over the weekend.
It's very selfish. The NHS is doing everything it can and preparing for this, the spread of this virus. And if people go within 2 meters of others who they don't live with, then they are helping to spread the virus.
The Royal College of Nursing writes to Boris Johnson asking him to personally intervene to ensure that NHS workers get the masks, gloves and other protective equipment that they need. Even key workers are being told to keep their children at home unless absolutely necessary, as schools across the UK adjust to the new measures designed to reduce the spread of the virus.
We are predominantly basing their activities and experiences outdoors to help us with limiting frequent touch to key areas, tabletops.
The death toll in Spain continues to rise. More than 2,000 people with the virus have now died in the country. The former First Minister of Scotland, Alex Salmond, has been cleared of attempted rape and a series of sexual assaults, including one with intent to rape. And coming up, we'll be answering your questions on what it means to socially distance yourself from people to try to stop the spread of coronavirus. Hello there. The Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, has described people who ignore government advice on social distancing as very selfish. Ministers are considering tougher measures if people continue to gather in large numbers or fail to observe advice about how to stop the spread of coronavirus. 335 people have now died from coronavirus in the UK. This was London this morning. It looked a lot quieter than over the weekend, when large numbers of people appeared to ignore warnings to stay at home. Meanwhile, the Health Secretary has acknowledged that there have been challenges with the supply of personal protective equipment to NHS staff in England, and he says that millions of masks have been ordered. All schools in the UK were closed today, although the children of key workers are still able to attend. All rail franchise agreements are to be suspended to prevent train companies from collapsing as passenger numbers plummet. Well, MPs are currently debating the coronavirus bill. Emergency legislation, if passed, would allow police to detain suspected coronavirus carriers and to restrict travel. Well, our political correspondent Jonathan Blake is at Westminster for us. And Jonathan, just run us through some more of those measures that will give more powers to the government in this bill.
Yes, Rita, this is legislation which has been drawn up over the last couple of weeks very quickly in response to the coronavirus crisis, and it is aimed at giving the government extra powers that it envisages possibly needing to deal with that. And it covers everything from allowing recently retired doctors and nurses to come back and work in the NHS, to allowing volunteers to work in the health service and ensuring that they won't be able to lose their jobs, on to things like police powers, giving police officers the power to detain people who are suspected of having symptoms for public health reasons and forcing them to stay in isolation, and also things like managing the burials of large numbers of people should the crisis worsen. So there are sweeping powers in this legislation, and it's been drawn up broadly with the support of Labour and other small parties here at Westminster. There were some concerns from Labour in particular about the length of time these measures would be allowed to remain in place. Initially, there was a time limit of 2 years on this legislation. Labour wanted MPs to review it and vote on it again every 6 months. And as he introduced the legislation in the House of Commons earlier on this afternoon, the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, explained the scope of it and also that the government had accepted that request from Labour.
The bill is jointly agreed between the 4 UK governments, and of course there are measures that are significant departures from the way we normally do things, but they are strictly temporary. And I think that they are proportionate to the threat we face, and they'll only be activated on the basis of the best possible scientific evidence. Crucially, to my honourable friend's point, the right honourable friend. Yes, I thought so. Crucially, the legislation is time limited for 2 years, and the measures can each be switched on and off individually as necessary by the relevant authority, whether that's the UK government or the devolved government, depending on who exercises the powers. And as an additional safeguard, we've brought forward an amendment to give this House the opportunity to confirm that the powers are still required every 6 months.
And Jonathan, many people will be tuning in now, expecting to see the usual daily press conference from Downing Street, but that's been delayed today, hasn't it? Why?
Well, the Prime Minister is chairing a meeting of the government's emergency COBRA committee around this time, so this normal 5 p.m. schedule for the press conference is not taking place today. We do, though, expect to hear from Boris Johnson in some capacity later on this evening. And there's been a lot of talk over the last day or so of the government considering extra measures to force people to observe the social distancing advice that has been put out by government. A couple of interesting points to note. Earlier on in the House of Commons, Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, was asked about the situation in supermarkets and whether there could be further enforcement measures there to stop people buying up too much, and she said that it wasn't appropriate for police officers to be posted inside supermarkets. And then a little later on, asked here on BBC News about stricter social distancing measures, the Transport Secretary Grant Shapps said they were under active consideration.
OK, Jonathan, many thanks for that update. Jonathan Blake there at Westminster, our political correspondent. Let's cross back to the House of Commons now, where MPs, as we said earlier, are continuing to debate that emergency legislation which is being brought in to deal with the coronavirus outbreak. It is the Shadow Health Secretary, Jonathan Ashworth, speaking.
A satisfactory set of procedures for us to continue having our discussions and asking ministers questions, but not setting the example that we are unfortunately setting today. I'm not making any personal criticism of any member because it's the situation we're in. We have to debate this bill today, but we are going to have to hold government to account on these far-reaching, extensive powers that they are taking. So perhaps I will, and then I must make some progress.
The Honourable Gentleman always listening with great attention to what he has to say. And would you agree with me that part of the problem with this is policy has to be based on behavioural science? Yeah. But behavioural science is one of the most imprecise of sciences. It's not like chemistry or physics. And there's the difficulty. And it means that we have to have a wide margin of error when designing policy. What that means, in effect, is erring on the side of caution and safety, which I think is the burden of the direction that he is urging upon ministers. And that, in a sense, is getting ahead of the curve by bringing in measures which we all would regret. But if we're going to base policy on behavioural science, it being fairly inexact and difficult to predict, as we've seen over the weekend, we have to have that margin of error, that caution, which I think is what he is recommending.
I think the honourable gentleman has shrewdly interpreted the stance I am taking. Throughout all this, given the way in which this virus spreads so rapidly, and given its reproduction rates, and given the mortality rates, I have always urged upon the government to take a precautionary principle approach to every decision they are making. I have been a bit sceptical about some of the behavioural modelling that has been used. I mean, I'll just give the honourable gentleman a quick example before returning to my remarks. I think we've all heard throughout this, before the government banned mass gatherings, we were told by ministers and officials, and I hope no minister takes this as a personal criticism. I certainly don't mean it. I'm not saying it in that respect, in that way. That there's no point in banning the football match with 70,000 people in the stadium, because the person with the virus isn't going to infect the other 70,000 people in the stadium. And actually, if you stop them going to the stadium to watch the football match, they'd all go to the pub and watch it there, and they'd infect more people at the pub. I'm sure the honourable gentleman has heard the example. Well, I'm very proud to represent Leicester City Football Club in my constituency. And all the football fans, or a large proportion of the football fans, go to the stadium before the match and go to the stadium after the match. Pub, I beg your pardon, pub. They go to the pub before the match and they go to the pub after the match. And some of them do avoid the stadium, actually.
Stadium's the opposite.
Yes. You see, yes, they go to the pub. But you see the point, the honourable gentleman, I'm sure, sees the point I'm making. Some of these behavioural models don't always, it would seem, reflect how humans behave. And given that, I think ministers and government should be taking a precautionary principle at all times, which is why we are now urging government ministers to come forward with their plans for enforcing compulsory social distancing. There are different models in different countries, but we have France, we have Spain, we have Italy, we have New Zealand overnight, we have Greece, we have Germany banning more than 2 people meeting outside of their house other than families. There are different models across the country. We think the time has come for the United Kingdom to go down this line, and we would encourage the Prime Minister to come
We'll leave the House of Commons there. That's the Shadow Health Secretary, John Ashworth, talking about some of the difficult decisions that are in the government's in-tray in terms of social distancing and coronavirus. Well, we can take a look now at some of the developments concerning the coronavirus pandemic around the world. India has grounded all domestic flights. International flights coming into the country have already been suspended. In Hong Kong, the number of cases is rising again. The government has responded by tightening its borders to almost all non-residents. Australia has shut down non-essential services as cases of the virus there pass 1,600. In Europe, the French Parliament has passed emergency legislation bringing in a 2-month health emergency. In Germany, there's apparently some better news. The authorities there say that the growth curve there appears to be flattening. But the death toll in Spain continues to rise dramatically, with a further 462 deaths reported overnight. The country's emergency measures have been extended for another 15 days as they try to stop the infections spreading. Well, we can go live now to Madrid, where we can speak to the BBC's Guy Hedgecoe. An extension then of another 2 weeks for those emergency measures. Guy, just remind us of the sort of conditions that Spain is having to live in now.
Well, under the current state of emergency, which has been in place for just over a week, you're not allowed to leave your home unless you have a very specific reason to do so. So, for example, if you have to travel to work, if your workplace is indeed still open, you can do that. If you need to buy food, if you need to buy medication, you can actually walk your dog. But if you don't have a specific reason to be out on the street, then you can face quite a heavy fine. And the police have been patrolling the streets of pretty much all the towns and cities across the country, and they have fined several thousand people. So the restrictions are really very tight indeed. And as well as that, the authorities have been trying to take the pressure off the healthcare services, which are under tremendous strain. They have converted a huge conference centre here in Madrid into what is now the largest hospital in Spain. It's a makeshift hospital with several thousand beds, which are expected to be filled over the coming days.
OK, many thanks. That's our correspondent in Madrid, Guy Hedgecoe. We can cross over now to Brussels and speak to our correspondent there, Gavin Lee. And Gavin, just update us with the situation in Belgium.
Well, in Belgium, we're talking about an increasing number of cases, more than 1,800 cases now in Belgium, and the measures being increased in terms of the strict confinement, because Sophie Wilmers, the Prime Minister, has said over the weekend that people aren't listening in big enough numbers. People are still moving. And in terms of the restrictions here, well, you can't leave that.
It's blocked a $2 trillion coronavirus rescue bill as chaos erupted on the Senate floor, with lawmakers venting fury about their failed efforts to address the pandemic's impact on the US economy. It's the ongoing argument facing senators: what is the best way for the US to spend nearly $2 trillion? While Republicans are urging quick action, Democrats argue that Republicans are prioritising corporate industry over American workers in the legislation. How will the logjam end? Well, joining us now is the Democratic Congresswoman Madeleine Dean from Pennsylvania. Thank you so much for being here on the programme. What is your response to another failed attempt when so many Americans need help and need help now?
Thank you for having me on the program. I'm coming to you from my home in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, Jenkintown, which is suburban Philadelphia, and this county is particularly hard hit. We had the first cases, and we have the most cases across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, including, sadly, one death here just about 2 days ago. And so I'm very disappointed with Senate Republicans for holding up this robust legislation in favor of a non-transparent package. I can't imagine, shamefully, how Republicans, Mitch McConnell or Secretary of Treasury Mnuchin, would be putting forward an important, robust bill and hoping that they would be able to hide from the American taxpayer how the money is spent as we support businesses.
Just
we have to think very differently.
Before you move on, for people watching around the world, they won't understand what the issue, the logjam here actually is. The Republicans blame Democrats, so you've just blamed the Republicans. When you say there's a lack of transparency, what are the key problems from the Democratic perspective?
One of the ones that is most damaging was the notion that bailouts to large businesses would be non-transparent. In other words, we would not know, Congress nor the taxpayers would not know how the large corporations were spending the dollars that we would be sending them. Of course, that makes no sense. That whatever we provide families, individuals, businesses, small, medium, and large, must be totally transparent. Obviously, we want to avoid what happened in the past. In 2008, we know that there were many stock buybacks, increases of executive compensation, which was not at all anticipated by the crisis that we suffered then. Now we suffer an even greater crisis. I call upon Mitch McConnell and Secretary Mnuchin to say, of course, full transparency and robust bailouts and helps, grants and loans to small and medium businesses as well.
And how long do you think that sort of standoff is likely to go on? I mean, will the Democrats bend at all unless the Republicans give ground on those two things you've just outlined? Because there is concern amongst Democrats that the Treasury Secretary, for example, it's down to his discretion, and that is worrying Democrats and lawmakers, isn't it?
It is, and I would say that it is much more within our voting body. I'm very pleased that Speaker Pelosi and her leadership team has collected all of the recommendations from our various committees. I sit on the Financial Services Committee. We put forward a robust package. I had 2 pieces in that. And so I'm very pleased that the Speaker will be putting forward robust legislation to make sure we maximize dollars for individuals, families, local and state municipalities are particularly hard hit, and that we prioritize, of course, the first part of this crisis, which is the public health crisis. Of course, we'll have to bail out and help and support large businesses like the airlines. We just want to do it with full transparency. My other concern is that we won't do it large enough. I have a bill, I've proposed legislation, and there is a mirror piece of legislation in the Senate that is for direct cash to Americans, including adults and children, of $2,000 in a first fast payment, and then a quarterly payment from there on out as triggered by our measures of unemployment. I hope that we don't do this in a small way, and I hope we recognize that we have to be in this for the long time, and we have to recognize the needs of families and small businesses.
A really brief final thought, because coronavirus has come to Capitol Hill. We heard of Mitt Romney, also Senator Rand Paul. How concerned are you that he appears, Senator Paul, to have gone to the Senate gym, to have had other meetings in a week whilst he waited for his test result? How worrying is that?
It's dismaying. I don't understand why he would have done that, knowing he had been tested. Now he found he is positive. I pray for his full recovery to health. You know that 2 of my colleagues have been diagnosed with coronavirus. One I sit with on financial services, a terrific young man of only 45 years old. But if you saw his interview, you see how serious the consequences are. He talked about it being as sick as he has ever been. So I pray that everybody will be restored to health, but that we actually take very, very seriously the social distancing that we have to, because we are responsible to one another. We are interconnected in this isolation, and we have a responsibility to tamp down and avoid the spread of coronavirus, not only for ourselves, but for our fellow man.
All right, Madeleine Dean, thank you so much for taking time to speak to us here on BBC News. Thanks so much. Now, major US airlines experienced their 10th consecutive year of profits in 2019 before the coronavirus outbreak hit the US. The collapse in travel that has followed is jeopardising the jobs of 750,000 people directly employed by US airlines, and large carriers are now shrinking their international networks to the smallest in decades. This includes cutting thousands of domestic flights, parking hundreds of jets, and urging employees to take unpaid leave in a bid to save cash as demand crumbles. Well, as airlines seek financial help due to losses from coronavirus, workers are left asking, well, what about us? Well, let's speak to Nisha Johnson, who's in Philadelphia. She was laid off on Thursday last week from the city's airport. Thank you so much for being here on the programme. Tell me a little more about how you were told, when you were told, and the impact it is likely to have on you and your family.
Hello, my name is Nisha Johnson, and I was a security guard at the airport. I was told on Wednesday.
Well, apologies. As you can see, we've lost that line there to Philadelphia. Hopefully, we'll try to get that back. I can, out of the corner of my eye, see that the image has returned. So hopefully we can go back to that interview, because, of course, so many different workers have lost their jobs. And of course, with all those questions we were just talking about the stimulus package not kicking in yet, all manner of fears about what the coming weeks and months lies ahead. Well, apologies, we haven't been able to fix that line just yet. We will try to come back to that interview. But let's look at another strand here, because coronavirus has come to South America relatively late compared to other parts of the world, but the numbers of infections is slowly starting to rise. Governments have begun closing borders and placing restrictions on public places. Our South America correspondent, Katie Watson, is in Brazil.
These little Brazilians are having to relearn the art of saying hello. Swap hugs and kisses for smiles, they've been told, and they're coming up with their own new ways of greeting family and friends.
It's very difficult for us because Brazilian people, they like to hug and kiss each other every day. So we have to tell kids every day not to kiss and hug, and then they gave us solutions to make hearts and to kiss far from each other, and they realized the importance.
Across town at Latin America's biggest hospital, it's full-on crisis mode here. They want to take all the possible precautions so this epidemic works through in a better way than we've seen in other countries. Dr. Parondi heads up the emergency team. They're blocking off an entire floor for patients to avoid any risk of the virus spreading.
Provavelmente nas primeiras 2 semanas nós vamos estar enchendo isso daqui.
In 2 weeks, she thinks half of this new ward will be full. In a month, there won't be any beds left.
Hoje em São Paulo,
Here in São Paulo, we don't have enough intensive care beds. That's a fact, because we're at more than 100% occupancy. So just imagine what happens when that number rises.
The lab downstairs is testing both patients and hospital workers, and the government says it'll provide up to 10 million rapid tests in the coming weeks to stop the spread of COVID-19.
Doctors say that up until now, coronavirus has been an upper middle class problem here, that for the most part they're wealthy Brazilians returning from abroad and getting treated in private hospitals. The concern is, though, what happens when the virus starts spreading in poorer communities with difficult living conditions, and will the public health service be able to cope?
Bianca lives in a slum in the south of Sao Paulo. She shows me the sewer that runs right past her door. Clean water in this neighbourhood is hard to rely on. Nobody's come to talk to them about coronavirus, and many here just don't understand the threat. And if somebody tests positive and has to quarantine, virtually impossible when families of 10 are living in a tiny flat.
O nosso medo é porque a gente conhece.
We know what the public health system is like. We know that they have long waiting lists, that they are oversubscribed, and there are lots of older people living here. And the majority of kids, when their mothers go out to work, have to be left with their grandparents.
They're going to extra lengths here, trying to stop older, more vulnerable neighbours from leaving the house. And they're sterilising the kids' toys and washing their hands. But there's growing fear that these poorer communities will bear the brunt of the devastating virus. Katie Watson, BBC News in Sao Paulo.
Now, we know across the world 1 billion people have been told to stay in their homes. Family gatherings and parties across the UK, for example, have been cancelled, just like everywhere else, as people observe the government's warning to avoid all unnecessary contact. But those tasked with organising children's birthdays are not being deterred and are ready to use technology to keep youngsters happy. Here's David Sinato.
Social distancing, a life indoors. It's not much fun, especially if you're 3.
If there's germs crawling around, you can't go outside, so we have to stay indoors.
Elsa? Are you ready, everyone? Can you knock like this? Do you want to build a snowman? Come on, let's go and play.
But one thing hasn't been cancelled. Jessica Kingsley is today Elsa from Frozen, and she's found a way to give little Harry his birthday party online.
Harry started asking us in December to have a Frozen party, and we've been looking forward to it, counting down the days since at least the beginning of February. So the fact that we managed to have one was just unbelievable.
Let it go, let it go. One with the wind and tide. Let it go.
For Jessica, this experiment with a virtual birthday party seemed to be working.
Just their little faces. Do you want to build a snowman?
So how did that feel?
Really weird, but really lovely, because it meant that I could still give the children the magic, and that's what it's about, you know, because it's their special day, and this crazy pandemic shouldn't take it away from them.
Do you want to build a snowman?
I could still see all their eyes on me and enjoying it, and that was amazing.
David Sinato, BBC News.
Now, let's get back to some of the politics. As we were saying a little earlier, we've seen action from the US Fed, but also in the last hour and a half, we've seen another move to get to that US stimulus package passed in the US. Another move failed. So let's head to Washington. Catty Kay is joining us on the programme. And Catty, another attempt and another failure. What does this mean? When will they try again, do you think?
Look, they're still carrying on the discussions. The Democrats say that as soon as a deal has actually been agreed between Democrats and Republicans, they could vote on it very fast. They're not ruling out voting on it today. The Treasury Secretary had set a deadline, which has now passed, but that doesn't mean the negotiations are happening. Broadly, what Democrats are saying is, look, this is an awful lot of money that is being pumped into the American economy, potentially for American corporations, and there ought to be some accountability. So they want more controls over who gets that money. They want more money for hospital workers. They want more money for people who are unemployed. The Republicans are saying, we've just got to agree this bill now. And there was a lot of tension on the floor of the Senate between Democrats and Republicans. Republicans saying, we can't afford to play politics with this. The Democrats saying, this is such a lot of money, we have to make sure that it's spent in the right way.
Catty, two quick questions. The first one, after those comments from the New York mayor saying they only had medical supplies for one more week, a lot of confusion about whether the president has implemented the Defence Production Act. Has he? And if not, why not?
Well, he said that he has invoked it, he's signed it into law, but he hasn't actually used it, as far as we understand, to go to American companies and say, you must give priority to producing much needed equipment, ventilators, masks, protective gear for health workers. Yesterday, the president said, look, we know what happens in a country like Venezuela when you nationalize everything, which seemed to suggest that the president doesn't like the bill on political grounds because he thinks that it puts too much power in the hands of the state. Of course, this isn't actually nationalization. It would just be asking companies and paying companies to prioritize the production of these goods, not actually taking those companies over.
Catty, a final word on that relationship between the president and the main scientists at the daily briefings. Dr. Anthony Fauci, he's given a fascinating interview where he's been really open about the strains of standing on the same podium as Donald Trump. And as he puts it, and the quote is there on our screens at the moment, he can't jump in front of the microphone every time the president says something factually inaccurate.
Yeah, there are not very many people in the administration who are prepared to criticize this president in public. Anthony Fauci has gone a lot further than most members of the administration, and there is some tension over his role and also on how long this shutdown is going to last, because the news in Washington today is Republicans and people in the conservative media outlets saying we have to prioritize the economy, we have to get things back moving. It seems that the president would like that, but then you have people like Dr. Fauci, who has been pretty outspoken, as you just said, Matthew, saying we have to see how long this can last because we can't guarantee that in the 15 days we feel the virus is under control. So a lot of tensions in the White House at the moment, and Dr. Fauci taking on the role of scientist. President Trump, it seems, listening as well to economists and business leaders worried about the state of the American economy.
All right, Catty Kay, thanks very much for the latest there from Washington. Now let's get down to some of the day-to-day questions, of course, that the lockdown is prompting, because the lockdown taking effect right around the world. Many people asking a pretty simple question about their hair. When will I next get my hair cut? It's one of those everyday activities that has taken a back seat as nations deal with coronavirus. Splitting hairs? Not exactly, perhaps, because according to the National Hair and Beauty Foundation, there are 43,000 hair and beauty businesses just in the UK. In total, they contribute £7.5 billion in turnover for the UK economy. Around 250,000 people work in the hair and beauty industry here in the UK. Of those, 54% are self-employed and over 80% are women. Well, today, salons and barbers were asked to close in Scotland by the First Minister, but the UK government has yet to make a decision in England. Let's discuss all of that with the hairdresser to the stars, that's what they call him, Nicky Clark, ready to talk to me. Thank you so much for being here on the programme. In terms of your shop, have you closed or are you still open?
No, we closed on Friday, actually. I think that we were certainly looking at the situation, and of course Saturday was going to be our busiest day anyway. But I think by the time it got to 6 o'clock, we just thought this is not right. I mean, and we decided to make a decision. And in fact, actually, all of our staff have actually been very, very supportive of it. And of course, it's very, unprecedented times now, and it's going to be a tough road ahead for everybody. In employees, the freelancers, and the employers alike.
I'll come to those sorts of questions in a moment or two, but interesting what you just described, because Scotland's First Minister was there at the microphones earlier in the day, and she was saying to construction workers, to hairdressers specifically, you have to shut. Now, you took that decision yourself. You didn't wait for the authorities. That's interesting, because businesses, whilst they wait for the authorities to make any further moves, they're making their own decisions, aren't they?
They are, and I think that when Boris made the decisions in terms of to shut the pubs and the clubs and the cinemas, I think he was, hoping that there will be a lot of people making those decisions on their own back. Of course, we did, and a number of other people did as well. I think there's always going to be those people that feel that they probably need to have the law telling them. But I think that most hairdressers actually just felt that it was the right thing to do. I mean, but it's amazing, isn't it? Since Friday, we're now only Monday afternoon. It almost seems kind of unreal that anybody would be putting themselves into that kind of situation when you can see the facts and the figures, not only in this country, but what's happening around the world as well. Yeah, I think that we made the right decision.
Yeah, there's no way around in your trade when you talk about social distancing, being able to keep going. But in terms of all those people you employ, let's turn to that, because we know that businesses will be covered in part by what governments have laid out. But I said there in the introduction, 54% are self-employed. That is a huge problem for all of those people, and presumably people that you employ as well.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it certainly is. It's not all of our. We have employees and we have freelancers, so there is a real mix there. And of course, but they're all, as human beings, and they all need to survive. They all need to live. And I think that it's a very, very worrying time, because of course they know no matter how much they can isolate themselves from each other, we can have people working, in separate stations. You can't get away from the fact that you're in close proximity to your clients.
Yeah.
And from that point of view, we had to make that decision. And for how long, we don't know.
Well, as you say, very, very many worrying concerns, although I saw one tweet say we're going to find out in the next few weeks what people's real hair colour looks like. And I suppose that is really true, isn't it?
Well, it's funny. I mean, the lighter side of this, in terms of this incredibly tragic, thing that we're all going through, is that the two people that I feel most concerned for is women doing their colour, and actually men, funnily enough, because of course, going a few weeks is quite a big thing for a man, but to go a few weeks for a woman, it doesn't normally seem to be that much of an issue, except for their colour. So I think those are the two areas that we're going to find a real issue, I think.
We shall see. Nicky Clark, thank you so much for taking time to talk to me. Thank you. Well, among the challenges of isolation is how to keep yourself occupied. Do you read a book, clear out your closets, watch that series that you hadn't had time for? But what about taking part in an orchestra? Well, the arts sector has taken a significant hit, leaving musicians around the world in limbo. But they too are banding together with many productions around the world offering their performances for free. Well, let's get more. Let's talk to Stanley Dodds, who's a member of the Berliner Philharmoniker Media Board and second violin section. And thank you so much for being on the programme. Tell me a little more about what you are planning in the orchestra.
Well, it's 2 weeks ago since we had the concert halls here in Berlin shut down. We were actually in the midst of rehearsing a concert standard for the week, concerts Thursday, Friday, Saturday, with Sir Simon Rattle, actually, our former chief conductor, and we got the message on the first day of rehearsals that the concert halls would be closed. So we decided to go ahead and play the concert for an empty hall, and thought that might be the plan going ahead, but it turned out we got the news pretty soon we wouldn't be allowed to congregate as an orchestra.
And
so
how are you
we
going to
then
actually do it in terms of the rehearsals and things like that? I've seen one orchestra earlier in the day all managing to hook up online. Is that the sort of thing that you're doing as well?
No, that in the end is actually a huge job for the person cutting all the images together. An orchestra needs to be in the same room to play together. So we basically were told we can't play, and this is for an indefinite period. So that was the moment where we decided to open the archives of our digital concert hall for the world, basically, try and give them something to look forward to in their day.
And in terms of keeping heads above water, in terms of people watching your performance, will they contribute? Will they be charged?
Well, the initial reaction was all the stages here in Berlin were shut down, and Berlin has an amazing cultural life, and all of a sudden there was just nothing to do in the evening. So our initial reaction really was we've got to give the people something which they can just watch for free and take down the paywall. So what we did was we initiated a 30-day ticket with the code BerlinPhil, and anybody who puts that in gets the 30 days. They can just look around to their heart's content.
Well, it's a fascinating idea. Good luck with it in the coming weeks. Thanks so much for taking time to talk to us. Just a quick final word before we go. Self-isolation has prompted all manner of ways, creative ways to pass the time. And here at BBC News, we're happy to be one of the ways to actually help. Have a look at this. Well, that's Sarah Summery dancing along to our news theme tune. She's promised to do the so-called BBC News dance every day on the hour for the next 3 months. Not sure how realistic that is, but inspirational in terms of staying indoors and staying fit. Of course, when we do breaking news, there is a 5-second sting. That's what I'll be doing over the coming weeks. Thanks so much for being here with us. There are more headlines coming up in a minute or two. Thanks for watching so far. Bye for now.
Good evening. Monday for most has been dominated by a dry, settled story. In fact, the Weather Watcher picture here is Essex, but it's fairly indicative of many areas across the country, allowing for some spring blossom to flourish now. Different story, though, further north and west. Across the Western Isles, thicker cloud, thick enough for some rain at times from a weather front that's going to stubbornly sit with you for the next couple of days. So it will bring some relentless rain for a time and some strong gusty winds. Elsewhere, the isobars open up. We keep those clear skies. So a bit of a north-south divide overnight tonight, where we've got those clear skies, a touch of light frost not out of the question. First thing tomorrow morning as temperatures hover around freezing, but it will be a milder start up into the north with the cloud around, but it will be wet, particularly for the northern and western Isles. Windy as well, gusts of winds in excess of 50 miles an hour for a time. We could have as much as 100 millimetres of rainfall before this frontal system clears through. Light and patchy rain through central Scotland, quite a lot of cloud generally through Scotland and Northern Ireland as well. Elsewhere, we'll have a little bit of fair weather cloud along western fringes, but come further inland with a light southerly breeze and plenty of sunshine. Despite that chilly start, temperatures are likely to respond up to highs of 16 or 17 degrees. That's way above the average for this time of year. Now, it's almost a repeat performance Tuesday night into Wednesday with clear skies across England and Wales. Those temperatures are going to fall away again quite sharply. We keep the cloud and the rain to the north, so it stays on the mild side. So we start off Wednesday morning still with that front sitting there. It is going to start to weaken off, but still it's producing this conveyor belt of rain just brushing Northern Ireland and into the northwest of the Great Glen primarily. Elsewhere, we keep some sunshine and again, some relative spring warmth with highs of 16 degrees. But the change will come towards the end of the week as that weather front continues to sink south. Now it's going to weaken off. We're not expecting any significant rain, just the odd spot or two as it pushes south. But more importantly, it introduces a change of wind direction to a colder northerly source. So as we head towards the weekend, you really will notice the difference with the feel of the weather, although it will, for many, stay predominantly dry.
As the coronavirus story develops, BBC News has global coverage.
Across the UK, the eerie sight of airports turning into parking lots.
The entire external European Union border will be closed.
commuter numbers down on normal with people choosing to work from home.
See the headlines as they happen and watch BBC News live in the app and get the full story with bbc.co.uk/news. Follow the latest on the coronavirus outbreak with BBC News.
What happens if your mom rejects you? That's gonna hit me hard.
Had I harmed my family without really knowing it? That was my thoughts.
محبة هي أساس كل شيء بالكون كله سوا.
İtikadından adım iyilikinden vazgeçti.
What are little black girls going to think of you for protecting white supremacists?
I don't think we're going to have the same life like Dad did drinking out of the river because it's all dirty now.
Our World is a unique series of films on the BBC, offering personal insights into global events.
I believe in this place. I believe it can heal.
I'm very happy.
Our World, stories that speak for themselves, this weekend on the BBC News Channel.
Hello, I'm Kasia Madeira. This is Outside Source with the latest headlines for viewers in the UK and around the world. Spain records its highest daily death toll so far, but deaths in Italy have dropped for a second day in a row as it enters tougher lockdown. Meanwhile, the head of the World Health Organization is warning that the coronavirus pandemic is rapidly accelerating.
To win, we need to attack the virus with aggressive and targeted tactics, testing every suspected case.
In the US, efforts to pass $1 trillion rescue package for the US economy have failed for a second straight day. Senators had said a deal was near. And after scenes like this on the London Tube just this morning, the UK Prime Minister is giving a statement shortly on the next steps. We'll be live in Westminster. And new containment measures come into effect in Australia. Several states have closed their borders. Hello and welcome to the programme. Let's bring you up to date with the very latest on the coronavirus pandemic. The global count of confirmed cases has now topped 350,000. In Europe, Italy and Spain, it continues to suffer badly, with the Spanish death toll up, topping 2,000 deaths after 462 deaths in just 24 hours' time. That's according to government sources there. In the United States, the Senate there has failed for a second time to advance a bill with more than $1 trillion in funding. There have been further falls on Wall Street, and the International Monetary Fund is warning that the coronavirus pandemic will cause a global recession in 2020 that they say could be worse than that seen during the global financial crisis of 2008 and 2009. Well, meanwhile, here in the UK, the Foreign Secretary has advised all Britons to return home while they can, and the Prime Minister will address the nation in the next 30 minutes' time. Well, worldwide, more than 1 billion people have been told to stay at home because of this pandemic. This is the very latest from the World Health Organization.
The pandemic is accelerating. It took 67 days from the first reported case to reach the first 100,000 cases. 11 days for the second 100,000 cases. And just 4 days for the third 100,000 cases.
Well, here in the UK, the British Prime Minister Boris Johnson will talk to the country in half an hour's time, and we're expecting him to announce further measures to tackle the coronavirus after having met the country's Emergency Planning Committee, COBRA. Now, the UK has 6,650 50 confirmed cases, though as only a fraction of the population has been tested, well, the true number is likely to be much higher. Now, so far, 335 people have died from coronavirus in the UK. Let's talk to our political correspondent, Vicky Young, who joins us live now. So, Vicky, let's start with this address to the nation that we're expecting from the Prime Minister. What are we expecting to hear from him?
Well, they're being quite tight-lipped about what's coming, but yesterday when Boris Johnson gave a press conference here, it was pretty clear they were reviewing the situation and whether to go further, whether to bring in tougher measures, really to restrict everybody's way of life. Now, at the moment here, some shops are still open, not just supermarkets and pharmacies, but others as well. And you think that that could be one of the first steps they take in order to just cut down on the number of people moving and travelling around. The UK government is also already advising against non-essential travel. The problem is at the weekend the weather was quite good around large parts of the country, and many beaches, many national parks, many other outdoor spaces were absolutely packed with people not going along with the advice about social distancing, which is to stay 2 metres apart. So I think, having seen all of that, the government now feels that it has to act. There are many politicians here, the opposition Labour Party and others on the Conservative side, the former Health Secretary Jeremy Hunt, saying that we are on the same trajectory maybe as Italy and what's been going on there, and that the UK has to act now. He's calling for a lockdown, the kind of measures we've seen in other countries. So the question is, how far will the Prime Minister go tonight? He's clearly very reluctant to do it. How will they enforce any new measures, and can they really take the population along with them to comply with these rules?
So we're expecting that address to the nation in just under half an hour's time. Of course, we'll bring that to the viewers here on the BBC News. But when it comes to the emergency bill that is being debated by British parliamentarians, bring us up to date on where we are with that.
Yeah, I mean, these are extraordinary measures that the government will have. There's been a little bit of a row about how long those measures should last. The government wanted them for 2 years. The opposition party again saying it should be 6 months and MPs should renew it, and that is what is likely to happen now. But really it is to cover all walks of life, particularly the NHS and the National Health Service here. It's about whether, for example, former clinicians can come back to work. Those who've retired, for example, can they be brought back into the workforce? Really about making things easier as this pandemic spreads. The big fear here is that the National Health Service with hospitals will be overwhelmed by the number of cases. Other measures being brought in today asking those who are most at risk, who have underlying illnesses, 1.5 million of them in England alone, to stay at home for 12 weeks, not to leave the house. They will, some of them, need food parcels delivered to their door, have medicine delivered to their door as well. So these kind of measures that you could never have dreamt of, but which we've seen in other countries, of course. And the call tonight from many politicians is that the UK needs to go further to try and stop this virus spreading.
Well, we'll wait to hear what the Prime Minister says. We'll bring that to our viewers here on BBC News. Vicky, for the time being, thank you so much. Vicky Young there outside number 10 Downing Street. And like I say, we're expecting that within just under half an hour's time. I want to now, though, move to the United States and update you on an economic rescue plan, which has again failed in the Senate. Now, we've had this from Reuters in just the past few hours. It's a news update from the Senate that they've failed a second time to advance that coronavirus bill with more than $1 trillion in funding. There's a major difference between the Democrats and Republicans over what should be included in that legislation. Let's bring you up to date from Michelle Fleury, who's in New York.
Vote was along the lines of 49 to 46. That is far short of the 60 votes required to get this bill done. That means for the second day in a row, essentially Americans are going to go without any stimulus. You've seen senators working to try and get past a $2 trillion stimulus bill. This is to address the fact that essentially across much of America, businesses and people are on pause, and the economic impact of that has led to some very dire predictions of what it will mean in terms of recession. That's why all eyes have been on what Congress can do to try and ease some of the pain and to try and tide people through these challenging times.
The US has the third highest number of confirmed coronavirus cases worldwide. 35,000 1,000 people are infected and a further 471 people have died. President Trump has described the crisis as a war, and he is sending National Guard troops into New York, into Washington State and also into California, where they will be distributing and delivering medical aid and setting up medical stations. Now, New York State is at the very epicenter of the outbreak, and City Mayor Bill de Blasio is warning that deaths will spike if hospitals don't get more ventilators this week. He had a very dire message on Sunday.
New Yorkers and all Americans deserve the blunt truth. It's only getting worse. And in fact, April and May are going to be a lot worse. Right now, we are a third of the cases in the country. That's going to get worse. We're about 2/3 or more of the cases in New York State. That's going to get worse.
So New York right now accounts for around 6% of coronavirus cases worldwide, and it's drastically increased its testing capacity from 1,000 tests per day to 16,000 as of Monday. And Governor Andrew Cuomo has ordered hospitals to increase their capacity by 50%. He gave this announcement a little bit earlier.
That's more than any other state in the United States is testing. That's more per capita than South Korea, which was the gold standard of testing. They were doing 20,000 per day on a much larger population, about double the population of New York. So we're doing 16,000.
However, he is warning that the competition between US states is actually driving up the price of equipment. Just listen to this.
You have manufacturers who sit there and California offers them $4, and they say, well, California offered $4, I offer $5, another state calls in and offers $6. It's not the way to do it. I was speaking to Governor J.B. Pritzker yesterday about this. Why are we competing?
So a rather difficult fallout there with states competing against each other. Now, while hospitals are full, the streets are empty. Just have a look at this. This was New York City today. Usually, as you imagine, a hive of activity. Now, however, a ghost town. And a state of emergency has been in effect for the past 16 days. It's having a drastic impact on everything, even the financial center. This was New York Stock Exchange just a little bit earlier on. Well, for the first time in 228 years, it opened without its trading floor to protect employees there from the spread of COVID-19. Stock trading is continuing, but it is being done electronically. Now, in California, officials have instructed hospitals to restrict testing because of a shortage of medical supplies. The first military hospital ship has been dispatched in the state. This is the U.S. naval ship. This is Mercy. It has nearly 900 staff on board to help treat non-coronavirus patients, and that is in order to free up space in onshore hospitals. The ship is heading for Los Angeles. Another ship will be heading to New York. Well, let's speak to Shant Sharigoa, who is a reporter from the New York Daily News, joining us live now. And it sounds like a very bleak situation for New York. Bring us up to date on what is happening there.
Yeah, absolutely. In a very short span of time, it feels like ordinary life has just completely ground to a halt. It was about 2 weeks ago that the governor and city ordered large venues, everything from museums and the most famous venues on Broadway to stadiums, to stop hosting large crowds. About a week ago, an order went into effect barring bars and restaurants from serving customers on their premises. And most recently, over the weekend, the latest order was for every employer in the state, except for ones that were deemed to provide essential services, to stop its employees from coming to the office. So certainly, if you're brave enough to take a walk out onto the streets, it very much has the feel of a ghost town.
So how are these orders implemented? If somebody is seen out and about, what happens?
So over the weekend, the mayor and the New York City police commissioner said that they've had very little trouble keeping either establishments or ordinary New Yorkers from adhering to the orders. The orders have been disseminated, pretty much drowning the airwaves and other news media. I think that out of thousands of rounds that officers made to places like bars and restaurants over the weekend. They said they only had to write reports for 2 individuals, which they took to be a good sign. Yeah, so they're saying that so far it seems like smooth sailing. The latest sort of turn in the debate is what to do about New Yorkers who still want to use parks. And that's something that elected officials are hashing out now in terms of how to make sure that crowding and potential spread of the virus doesn't take place there.
And we hear about the importance of testing. How easy is it, or is it in fact easy to get tested?
So yeah, I mean, while the governor has definitely touted an increase in the number of tests the city and state have gotten, which I think came after the federal government gave the green light to buy tests from private labs, it's still definitely not the case that anyone who wants to get tested can get one. In fact, health officials are encouraging New Yorkers to wait to seek a test until about 3 to 4 days after they feel they've shown symptoms, just because they want to make sure that the group that they describe as needing the test the most is in fact the one that's receiving them.
Okay, well, Shaunt Shari-Gion from the New York Daily News, thanks so much for bringing us up to date on the situation there, and of course, do stay safe.
Thanks, appreciate it.
We've got much more coming up here on the coronavirus on Outside Source. Spain is recording its highest daily death toll of people with the virus so far. Now, in other news, the former First Minister of Scotland, Alex Salmond, has been cleared of all the sexual assault charges against him following a trial at the High Court in Edinburgh. The jury returned a not proven verdict on one charge of assault with intent to rape, but found him not guilty of all the other 12 charges, including an attempted rape. After he was cleared of the charges, Mr. Salmond gave a statement. Here he is speaking a little bit earlier on.
Whatever nightmare I've been in over these last 2 years, it is as of nothing compared to the nightmare that every single one of us is currently living through. People are dying, many more are going to die. What we are doing just now, and I know you've got a job to do, it is not safe. I know it's your job, but it ain't safe. And my strong advice to you is to go home, those who can are able to. Take care of your families, and God help us all.
Welcome, you're watching Outside Source live from the BBC Newsroom. Our main story is that the World Health Organization has warned that the coronavirus pandemic is accelerating around the world. Here in the UK, the Prime Minister will address the nation within the hour. Well, one country in particular which has seen a huge increase in its death toll is Spain. It has now passed 2,000. Almost a quarter of those deaths happened over just the past day, the biggest daily increase there yet. Overall, the number of confirmed cases is up now to just over 33,000. Our Madrid correspondent Guy Hedgecoe has more on this.
Authorities had warned that this week was going to be potentially a very tough week for Spain, as the number of infections and the number of cases seem to be accelerating. A lot of those deaths have been attributed to the fact that the coronavirus has spread to a number of retirement homes, both here in the Madrid region and in other parts of Spain. And clearly, that affects one of the most vulnerable groups, which is elderly people. And that's one of the main reasons why we are seeing this particularly high death rate at the moment in Spain.
Well, Spain wants to ramp up its level of testing. It's just received 640,000 test kits from China and from South Korea. The first people to get them will be healthcare workers, who are, of course, at daily risk of infection. 1 in 10 of all confirmed cases in Spain are healthcare workers. Well, Pope Francis has praised them for all their efforts.
I admire them. They teach me how to commit. Doctors, nurses, volunteers who have to sleep on stretchers because there are no more beds in the hospitals, and they can't even go out of their homes. That is the life they are leading. I like to use an expression, the saints are next door.
Pope Francis there. Well, Spain has already been in a state of emergency for the past week. On Sunday, the Prime Minister announced that he would ask Parliament to extend it until the 11th of April. Let's go back to Guy again.
We are not allowed to leave our homes at all unless you have a very specific reason to do so. So if you are travelling to work, if your office is still open, you can go out. You can go out if you're buying food or if you're buying medicine, for example. But if you're not able to demonstrate a specific reason to be out on the street, you can face quite a stiff fine. And thousands of people have been fined already over the last week or so for being out on the street.
So the military is now out on the streets helping to enforce that lockdown. Soldiers are undertaking various other tasks too. Let's have a look at them on the streets. This is in Barcelona, in fact, and they're building temporary shelters for the homeless. Up to 1,000 homeless people will be able to then isolate themselves in hygienic conditions. The police are also checking that people are sticking to the rules. Some are trying to keep up spirits while doing so. Just have a little listen to this. So these police officers have been going through the streets of Mallorca. They are singing to those families who can't leave their homes. At the end of their performance, they included a very simple message for those listening: stay strong. They're also singing on the balconies in Germany too. This is in Cologne. Let's have a listen. So this couple in Cologne are putting up balcony performances, and well, judging by the applause, their shows are proving to be popular, keeping up spirits there. Another German staying at home is the Chancellor Angela Merkel, after a doctor said that she tested positive on Friday. Ms. Merkel has since taken a test and the results have actually become negative. This is her finance minister.
Die Kanzlerin ist stand jetzt gesund.
The Chancellor is healthy right now. She's at home in domestic self-isolation, but she is active. The Cabinet met over the phone with her today.
Now, Germany has more than 28,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19, but the death rate, in fact, if you compare it to other countries, is relatively low. Only 118 people have died so far. And Germany's public health officials are also feeling optimistic about this graph, if you can see the details there, because this reflects the rise in the number of infections. They say that the curve may be getting a little less steep.
Wir sehen einen Trend, das heißt,
we're seeing signs that the exponential growth curve is flattening off slightly, but I will only be able to confirm this trend definitively on Wednesday. But I am optimistic that the measures are already having an effect, which is very early because they've only been in place for a week.
So Germany says that one of the measures that really stands out is the ability to keep track of contacts, and contacts are people who have come into contact with someone who has displayed symptoms or has tested positive for this virus. The German government has also announced a ban on public gatherings of more than 2 people. Italy is also bringing in even tougher measures. This is the queue at the central train station. This is in Naples, normally extremely busy. The government has banned internal travel unless it is for urgent business or for health reasons. You can see police checking people's documents and also checking their temperatures. All business deemed non-essential will now be closed, and the number of confirmed cases in Italy has gone past 60,000. More than 6,000 people have died so far. Compare that to the numbers in Germany, although the number of deaths has dropped for the second day in a row. Let's hear from our Rome correspondent, Mark Lowen.
Tightening the screw on people and the virus. 2 weeks into a nationwide lockdown, the measures are toughening again. Italians now banned from leaving their town and travelling across the country. Not since wartime curfews have these scenes played out.
Well, the limits on movement are being stepped up, with ever more police spot checks to see if people can justify why they're out. And yet polls suggest that most Italians would support even tighter restrictions. There is virtually no sense of rebellion or complacency here.
With streets deserted, all non-essential companies will now be shut down too. Italy is running out of things to close.
Well, let's turn to countries in Asia and get the very latest from there, because in South Korea, the country has reported 69 new cases. That is, in fact, the lowest number of new coronavirus cases since infection rates peaked there 4 weeks ago. The country has been hailed as a model for containing this virus with mass testing, like this particular test, which I would like to show you now. This is a drive-through test, which, the drive-through testing is taking place there. Also, they're using GPS tracking technology. Now, of course, you remember that South Korea was once Asia's worst outbreak outside of China. Let's now go to the Philippines next. In fact, I'm bouncing around this map, but if we go to the Philippines next, because our correspondent Howard Johnson has been updating us from there. He's been tweeting that the Department of Health has confirmed the highest single-day increases of COVID-19, 82 cases, 462 is what Howard Johnson, our correspondent there, is suggesting. And then next, Hong Kong, where from midnight on, non-residents will be banned from entering Hong Kong. Robin Brandt is there for us. Let's hear him.
Hong Kong, a major travel hub, a major route into mainland China, but also into other countries across Asia. And it looks like there is the beginnings of some empirical evidence that Hong Kong may be experiencing the onset of a second wave. The trend now is ticking up in terms of new confirmed cases. And so what we're seeing is an even further tightening of restrictions on the borders. I mean, this is as close as you can get, really, to cutting Hong Kong off from the rest of mainland China that remains politically acceptable to the bosses in Beijing.
So I want to go to Australia now, because new containment measures there have just come into effect. There are 3 states, South Australia, Western Australia and the Northern Territory, which will be shutting their borders. Queensland will be following in the next 24 hours. All those entering these states have to isolate themselves for 14 days, regardless of where they've been travelling from. Australia stepped up its containment measures on Sunday after these particular pictures went viral. I'm sure you've seen them on social media. This is Bondi Beach on Saturday. It is absolutely packed, jammed, even though the government advice at the time, in fact, was to keep a social distance. Now, it's important to stress Sydney has 533 confirmed coronavirus cases, the highest concentration in the country. Backpacker parties at Bondi were blamed for a steep rise in cases over the weekend. Within 24 hours, not surprisingly, Australia introduced tough measures shutting all but essential national services, and the number of cases has surged to more than 1,600. More than a third of those have been reported in just the past 48 hours. And today, an $83.8 billion economic stimulus package has been rushed through the Houses of Parliament. So extraordinary images that we saw there from Bondi Beach. Now, these are images a little bit later on with the beach completely empty. Now, just to update you, we're getting some news from the past few minutes. We've had an update coming in from the United States. We told you about this a little bit earlier on, that the US Senate failed a second time to announce a coronavirus bill with more than $1 trillion US dollars in funding. Let's see, because there's another update that my colleagues are telling me about. This is from the White House, where the Correspondents Association is saying that it has been informed of a suspected coronavirus case among White House press corps. So this news just coming in from the past few seconds there from the White House, certainly something that we need to keep an update on. Now, coronavirus is a new disease, which means that medical teams have really had to learn about it in an extremely short amount of time. The lack of knowledge has left a huge gap, with some trying to fill by searching online, only to find many myths and also speculation. So which sources can we trust? Well, we asked Chris Morris from our reality check team to take a look.
Don't forget to keep washing your hands. Nothing is more effective in helping prevent the virus spread. But beware of the viral claims that keep appearing online. Myth number 1, holding your breath. If you can hold your breath for more than 10 seconds without discomfort, one widely shared claim asserts there is no fibrosis or scarring in the lungs and basically no infection. Nope. Holding your breath is not a test for fibrosis, and fibrosis is not a symptom of COVID-19. The main symptoms, don't forget, are high fever and a persistent dry cough. Myth number 2, homemade hand sanitizer recipes. Beware internet solutions for homemade sanitizer. Anything based on disinfectants for cleaning surfaces probably won't be suitable for use on the skin. As for suggestions that vodka could work, unfortunately it doesn't contain enough alcohol to be effective. Myth number 3, the virus can survive on surfaces for up to a month. This is highly unlikely. Take research on other strains of coronavirus like SARS or MERS. It shows that viruses can remain infectious on hard surfaces like metal, glass or plastic from about 2 hours up to a maximum of 9 days. But the UK government says the risk of contamination is likely to be reduced significantly after 72 hours. Myth number 4, cow urine. Some Hindu groups in India believe cow urine has medicinal properties and can ward off coronavirus and other diseases. Not so, say the experts. Cow urine doesn't cure things like cancer, and there's no evidence at all that it can prevent COVID-19. You're better off simply washing your hands.
There now follows a ministerial broadcast from the British Prime Minister.
Good evening. The coronavirus is the biggest threat this country has faced for decades, and this country is not alone. All over the world we're seeing the devastating impact of this invisible killer. And so tonight I want to update you on the latest steps we're taking to fight the disease and what you can do to help. And I want to begin by reminding you why the UK has been taking the approach that we have. Without a huge national effort to halt the growth of this virus, there will come a moment when no health service in the world could possibly cope, because there won't be enough ventilators, enough intensive care beds, enough doctors and nurses. And as we've seen elsewhere in other countries that also have fantastic healthcare systems, that is the moment of real danger. To put it simply, if too many people become seriously unwell at one time, the NHS will be unable to handle it, meaning more people are likely to die, not just from coronavirus, but from other illnesses as well. So it's vital to slow the spread of the disease, because that is the way we reduce the number of people needing hospital treatment at any one time, so we can protect the NHS's ability to cope and save more lives. And that's why we've been asking people to stay at home during this pandemic. And though huge numbers are complying, and I thank you all, the time has now come for us all to do more. From this evening, I must give the British people a very simple instruction. You must stay at home, because the critical thing we must do to stop the disease spreading between households. That is why people will only be allowed to leave their home for the following very limited purposes. Shopping for basic necessities as infrequently as possible. One form of exercise a day, for example, a run, walk or cycle, alone or with members of your household. Any medical need to provide care or to help a vulnerable person. And travelling to and from work, but only where this is absolutely necessary and cannot be done from home. That's all. These are the only reasons you should leave your home. You should not be meeting friends. If your friends ask you to meet, you should say no. You should not be meeting family members who do not live in your home. You should not be going shopping except for essentials like food and medicine. And you should do this as little as you can. And use food delivery services where you can. If you don't follow the rules, the police will have the powers to enforce them, including through fines and dispersing gatherings. To ensure compliance with the government's instruction to stay at home, we will immediately close all shops selling non-essential goods, including clothing and electronic stores, and other premises, including libraries, playgrounds and outdoor gyms and places of worship. We'll stop all gatherings of more than 2 people in public, excluding people you live with. And we'll stop all social events, including weddings, baptisms and other ceremonies, but excluding funerals. Parks will remain open for exercise, but gatherings will be dispersed. No Prime Minister wants to enact measures like this. I know the damage that this disruption is doing and will do to people's lives, to their businesses and to their jobs. And that's why we've produced a huge and unprecedented programme of support both for workers and for business. And I can assure you that we will keep these restrictions under constant review. We will look again in 3 weeks and relax them if the evidence shows we are able to. But at present, there are just no easy options. The way ahead is hard, and it is still true that many lives will, sadly, be lost. And yet it is also true that there is a clear way through. Day by day, we are strengthening our amazing NHS with 7,500 former clinicians now coming back to the service. With the time you buy by simply staying at home, we are increasing our stocks of equipment. We are accelerating our search for treatments. We're pioneering work on a vaccine. And we're buying millions of testing kits that will enable us to turn the tide on this invisible killer. I want to thank everyone who is working flat out to beat the virus. Everyone from the supermarket staff to the transport workers to the carers to the nurses and doctors on the front line. But in this fight, we can be in no doubt that each and every one of us is directly enlisted. Each and every one of us is now obliged to join together to halt the spread of this disease, to protect our NHS and to save many, many thousands of lives. And I know that as they have in the past, so many times, the people of this country will rise to that challenge and we will come through it stronger than ever. We will beat the coronavirus and we will beat it together. And therefore, I urge you, at this moment of national emergency, to stay at home, protect our NHS, and save lives. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to this special news programme. As you may have just heard, the Prime Minister has made a statement announcing the most stringent and wide-ranging limits on our way of life that the UK has ever seen. The aim, in what the Prime Minister has called this national emergency, is to slow the spread of coronavirus and to protect life. The measures will remain in place for at least 3 weeks. For the next half hour, we're going to take you through the details of the announcement and, as best we can, what it means for you and how you live your daily life. So, the key points tonight are: from tonight, you can only leave your house for very limited purposes. They are to shop for basic necessities, such as food and medicine. You can go outside for only one form of exercise a day, alone or with members of your household. You can leave home for any medical need or to care for a vulnerable person. And finally, you can travel to and from work, but only where absolutely necessary and if you cannot work from home. So let's have a quick reminder now of what the Prime Minister has said.
From this evening, I must give the British people a very simple instruction. You must stay at home. Because the critical thing we must do to stop the disease spreading between households. That is why people will only be allowed to leave their home for the following very limited purposes: shopping for basic necessities as infrequently as possible, one form of exercise a day for example, a run, walk or cycle, alone or with members of your household, any medical need to provide care or to help a vulnerable person, and travelling to and from work, but only where this is absolutely necessary and cannot be done from home. That's all. These are the only reasons you should leave your home. You should not be meeting friends. If your friends ask you to meet, you should say no. You should not be meeting family members who do not live in your home. You should not be going shopping except for essentials like food and medicine. And you should do this as little as you can. And use food delivery services where you can. If you don't follow the rules, the police will have the powers to enforce them, including through fines and dispersing gatherings. To ensure compliance with the government's instruction to stay at home, we will immediately close all shops selling non-essential goods, including clothing and electronic stores, and other premises, including libraries, playgrounds and outdoor gyms and places of worship. We'll stop all gatherings of more than 2 people in public, excluding people you live with. And we'll stop all social events, including weddings, baptisms and other ceremonies, but excluding funerals. Parks will remain open for exercise, but gatherings will be dispersed. No Prime Minister wants to enact measures like this. I know the damage that this disruption is doing and will do to people's lives, to their businesses and to their jobs.
Well, we're all absorbing this as you are at home. Let's talk first to our chief political correspondent, Vicky Young at Westminster. Vicky, the Prime Minister clearly felt at this point he had no other option.
Yeah, that's right. This is not the kind of address to the nation that Boris Johnson or any other British Prime Minister in recent times would ever have imagined they would have to make. And listening to it, many people will never have heard this kind of thing ever said before. A huge restriction on our way of life. Now, Boris Johnson has been reluctant to bring in these measures, but he has said earlier this week that he thinks that the UK, London in particular, is maybe 1 or 2 weeks behind where Italy is. And we've seen what's happened there with a growing number of deaths. And he's been coming under pressure from many people to try and bring in these measures. I think that they felt that people in some places just were not taking it seriously enough. If you looked at some of the pictures that we showed on the BBC over the weekend, people travelling to the beaches around the country, to Snowdonia, in their hundreds and thousands, and that just had to stop, not listening to the fact that there's to be no non-essential travel. So these measures being brought in, I think, because they feel now they have to stop the NHS being overwhelmed with the number of cases, because once doctors get to the stage where they cannot cope with the people in there, they haven't got enough beds and equipment, then of course people can start to die from other things. So a real concern in Downing Street that they had to act now. And of course they're saying that some of these measures will be enforced by the police in the coming days.
And Vicky, as far as you know, is this as far as it's going to go, or might we expect more restrictions further down the line?
Well, it seems incredible to even think of anything more than this, but if you look at what's happened in other European countries, there's been an incremental shutdown in many of those countries. They've started with some things, they've moved even further. In some countries, you have to have paperwork in order to leave the house. There are curfews in other countries. Parks have been closed. As for now, parks here will stay open so people can exercise once a day. But of course, there's always room to go further. But I think Boris Johnson there, reluctantly doing this. He's talked about the country being a proud liberal democracy. It's not the kind of thing you'd ever expect to happen. But things now have got to the stage where they felt they had to act to try and stop this virus spreading further. And they do want people, obviously, to take this very seriously. And if they don't, then it will be enforced by the police.
OK, Vicky Young outside Downing Street, thank you very much. Well, Fergus Walsh, our medical correspondent, is here. And Fergus, you've been following the spread of the virus from the outset. Was it inevitable we were going to get to this point?
Well, when this began, December the 31st, the first recorded case in Wuhan, it would have been unthinkable we'd be in this situation now. Unthinkable on the 23rd of January when Wuhan and 60 million people in Hubei province went into lockdown. Unthinkable when the first cases started happening in Europe, but then we had the spread of the virus in Italy and critical care units in northern Italy being overwhelmed. And the turning point, this has really been an inevitable event, has been since last Monday, when the new analysis showed that unless we switch to total suppression of the virus, that the health service here really risked being overwhelmed with huge loss of life. And it's that analysis that has led us here.
Well, you mentioned Italy, and in terms of being overwhelmed, in the north of Italy, the health service there is seriously struggling. Where is the UK relative to Italy at this point?
Well, each country has its own unique epidemic, but there are some startling similarities between Italy. And if we look at Italy's cases, they reached 233 deaths on the 7th of March. That was 15 days after their first death. Now, the UK, if we overlay the graph there, we have a graph that shows on the 21st of March, and the UK reached the same total 14 days behind Italy. Now, we've reached 335 deaths. Italy, 6,000 deaths. So it looks like we're around 2 weeks behind them.
And the social distancing that the Prime Minister has now announced, with such stringent measures, how much of an impact can that make?
Well, it can have an extraordinary impact, actually, and this is a positive point, because it's thought that each person with COVID-19 infects around 2.5 people, and each chain of transmission takes about 5 days. Now, if you do nothing, if you just let them walk about, then you'll have, after 30 days, 406 people infected. But if you manage to cut the exposure by 50%, then and so to 1.25 rather than 2.5, then after 30 days, that will just be 15 infected people.
So a huge difference.
It's absolutely massive, a 95% reduction. So it's really a lesson to us all to avoid all unnecessary contact. And that's the reason why these measures have been brought in, because it really can bear down on the virus immensely.
Fergus, well, thank you very much for that. Well, let's go now to our Home Affairs correspondent, Daniel Sanford, who's at New Scotland Yard for us. So, Daniel, these new measures that the Prime Minister has announced this evening, he says they will be enforced by the police. What does that mean?
Well, senior officers are still very reluctant to get involved in continental-style enforcement. They've always wanted to stick to policing by consent. And what they're hoping is that although they'll have fines behind them, ultimately if somebody is being totally disobedient, they will have the power to fine. What they're hoping is they're going to be able to do this really by persuasion. Say that they find a small shop that is open, they'll go round there with council officials and they'll say, what are you doing? Why are you still open? You know you're not supposed to be open now. We're going to stay here until you shut your shop. And they're hoping by doing that, very powerful persuasions, that they'll get away from having to fine people unnecessarily. This is not a revenue-raising exercise. Somebody once said to me, this is all about trying to make sure that those shops are shut. And I think the same thing applies to this idea there should be no public gatherings of more than 2 people. It's very, very, very hard to go in and find people, take them away, protest them at the police stations in this kind of environment. But what you can do is persuade them, say, come on lads, you know you're not supposed to be doing this, you're going to have to disperse now, and to try and police it as much as possible in that way. And they're going to need to use the powers of persuasion rather than manpower, because don't forget, over the next 3 weeks, the police themselves are expecting to lose a lot of their own officers through illness or through their family's illness. Some officers think they could be as much as 40% down in 3 weeks' time. So that's also going to be a concern in terms of trying to enforce these rules. They hope that now this is so clear that actually people will do what they're told and the police officers will only have to mop up just a few people around the edges.
OK, Daniel Sanford at New Scotland Yard, thank you. So what else will this evening's announcement mean for how we live our day-to-day lives? In a moment, we'll be speaking to John Kay, who's in Bristol, and Emma Simpson, who's at London King's Cross. But first, Sarah Corker is in Manchester City Centre Foot. So, Sarah, exactly what does the Prime Minister's announcement mean in terms of what shops we can go to, what shops we can't go to? How's it going to work?
Well, Well, these stricter rules will force people to social distance after some ignored the official guidelines over the course of the weekend. And the message from the Prime Minister there is you must only go out to shop to pick up essential supplies. And from midnight tonight, all non-essential retail stores will have to close. So that includes clothing shops and electronics stores. And those who don't essentially sell food and vital supplies, they will no longer be allowed to stay open. But over the course of the last couple of days, many big name retail chains have already made that decision to close to protect their staff and their customers. So to name a few, John Lewis, HMV, Primark, they've already shut their doors, and in fact there weren't many shoppers coming in the first place. And from tonight, McDonald's and Subway takeaways, they will also close. As for the list of those that will be able to remain open, defined as vital retailers, we understand they will include supermarkets, pharmacies, funeral homes and also online shops. That isn't the entire list, but it gives you a sense of the types of things that are deemed as vital in these circumstances. And one thing that will also help some of these businesses that will be under great financial strain, you'll remember the government said on Friday it will pay 80% of staff wages for those affected by these closures.
OK, Sarah, thank you. John Kay in Bristol, very strict rules now about when and why we can leave our homes.
Yeah, Fiona, I mean, right through the sunny weekend, even this afternoon, places like this park in Bristol have been absolutely packed. I mean, as I say, this afternoon there were kids and families unable to go to school anymore, so playing on the climbing frames here instead. But from now on, all of that changes. The Prime Minister says that although parks might remain open as public spaces for now, where you can go once a day with a member of your household for exercise only, apart from that, the other things you might come to the park for will close, anywhere you might gather. So the climbing frames, areas like that will shut down. The cafe over there where you might get a takeaway coffee or tea will shut down. The tennis courts where you might go and have a quick match will close down. Basically anywhere where people congregate. We've seen those pictures across the country over the weekend of groups of people gathering. That is what the Prime Minister, the government, the advisors, the scientific advisors are trying to crack down on. They say that the police, as Daniel's explaining, could issue fines and dispersal notices to try to move people on. And you can kind of begin to get your head around that when it's a coldish, dark night in March. But just remember, the clocks go forward at the weekend, and there's no time limit on this. So the adjustment in all our lives is only, I think, just beginning to dawn on all of us. As the weather gets better, as the nights get longer, how something like a trip to the park, everything is about to change.
John, thank you. Well, let's talk now to Emma Simpson, who's at King's Cross in London for us. So how are things going to change now, Emma, for all of us who use the railways, who use public transport?
Well, it's the start of the working week, and already it is so far removed from normality, isn't it, Fiona? I'm at one of London's busiest stations, and I could count the number of passengers on the concourse on my fingertips. It's extraordinary, so eerily quiet. But of course, we've already had measures in place for public transport. So just to reiterate, the trains are still running, but it's a reduced service. They're focusing on keeping the key routes open so that key workers can travel to do their jobs. Now, you may have seen pictures today. We've had some real trouble on the London Underground, where pictures of packed, crowded carriages at certain points on the network, the exact opposite of social distancing, and they really hope that that won't continue tomorrow. The authorities clearly think that there have been more people travelling on this part of the network than should be. So the message is only use public transport if you're a key worker or if it's absolutely essential, although it's not quite clear what that latter point really means.
OK, well, Emma Simpson, Sarah Corker and John Kay, thank you all very much. And in the last few minutes, Labour has welcomed the Prime Minister's announcement. The Shadow Health Secretary, Jonathan Ashworth, told our political correspondent, Jonathan Blake, that the previous measures were simply not working.
Well, something did have to change. We're seeing more and more people sadly lose their lives to this virus. And the social distancing measures that the government had announced had simply not been working. We'd seen beaches full of people, parks full of people, bustling markets. So we were encouraging the Prime Minister to go further this morning. We called on him to take compulsory action to enforce social distancing, and it looks like that's what he's done this evening. So we do support him in the drastic measures he's taken tonight.
The Prime Minister said these measures will be enforced. The police will have powers to disperse groups. Are you confident that that is workable?
Well, I hope it is. And obviously the Prime Minister's statement tonight has made a lot of announcements. There are a lot of instructions in there. We do need to understand how they'll be enforced. We do need to understand the details of who can actually travel to work and who can't travel to work. People are frightened. People are concerned. People just want certainty and clarity. So we welcome what the Prime Minister has said tonight. It's what we were calling for, but we hope the government can quickly follow it up with the details that families tonight deserve to hear.
Let's talk to our correspondent Alexandra Mackenzie, who's in Glasgow for us this evening. Now, Alexandra, the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, has been speaking in the last few minutes.
That's right, she has, Fiona. And over the weekend, she's been speaking in increasingly stark and serious language as this virus has spread quicker than they had originally thought it was. Now, as you say, Scotland's First Minister has spoken in the last few minutes, and this is what she had to say.
Let me be blunt. The stringent restrictions on our normal day-to-day lives that I'm about to set out are difficult and they are unprecedented. They amount effectively to what has been described as a lockdown. I know how difficult all of that is, and I am not going to seek to sugarcoat it in any way. But these measures are essential for the protection of all of us.
So life here in Scotland is going to be incredibly different for everyone. But the reason for that, as the First Minister has been telling us, is to save lives and to make sure that our NHS is not overwhelmed.
Okay, Alexandra in Glasgow, thank you. In the past few minutes, the First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford, has said that tighter measures will also be introduced in Wales.
From now on, all high street shops will be closed, except those selling food, pharmacies, banks and post offices. Local NHS services, including your GP, will continue to be open. But all social events, including weddings, baptisms and other ceremonies, as well as gatherings of more than 2 people in public, should not take place. Funerals will continue to be held, but only with close family present.
Well, following this extraordinary announcement by the Prime Minister this evening, let me just remind you of the key points. From tonight, you can only leave your home for very limited purposes. They are to shop for basic necessities such as food and medicine. You can go outside for only one form of exercise a day, alone or with members of your household. You can leave home for any medical need or to care for a vulnerable person. And finally, you can travel to and from work, but only where absolutely necessary and if you cannot work from home. This is what Boris Johnson had to say.
In this fight, we can be in no doubt that each and every one of us is directly enlisted. Each and every one of us is now obliged to join together to halt the spread of this disease, to protect our NHS and to save many, many thousands of lives. And I know that as they have in the past, so many times, the people of this country will rise to that challenge and we will come through it stronger than ever. We will beat the coronavirus and we will beat it together. And therefore, I urge you at this moment of national emergency to stay at home, protect our NHS and save lives.
Let's get a final word from our chief political correspondent, Vicky Young, outside Downing Street. I mean, Vicky, we are all just absorbing what the Prime Minister has had to say. Your reflections on what you've heard this evening?
I think what's interesting is in the last couple of weeks I've heard the Prime Minister speak many times, and he's talked about this now being a wartime government. And actually he was talking in those terms again tonight, wasn't he? Saying that each of us is now enlisted. And I think part of that is to help people who are watching this feeling frightened in some cases, concerned for their jobs, their families, for the future. It's telling them you can do something, that we all have friends who work in the NHS on the front line, but actually all of us now have a responsibility to make sure that the country gets through this in the best way that it can. And that means effectively staying at home to help save lives. And he's not disputing that the next few weeks and months are going to be incredibly difficult.
Vicky, outside number 10, thank you. Well, there is, of course, more information on the government's website about this announcement. That's gov.uk/coronavirus. And, of course, more advice on everything we've learned tonight and the impact on all of our lives on our website. So that's at bbc.co.uk/news. I'll be back with more in an extended 10 o'clock news. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello, I'm Kasia Madeira. This is Outside Source with the very latest on the coronavirus for viewers in the UK and around the world. Well, the British Prime Minister announces strict new curbs on life in the UK to tackle this virus.
I urge you, at this moment of national emergency, to stay at home, protect our NHS, and save lives.
Spain records its highest daily death toll so far, but deaths in Italy have dropped for a second day in a row as it enters tougher lockdown. Meanwhile, the head of the World Health Organization is warning that the coronavirus pandemic is rapidly accelerating.
To win, we need to attack the virus with aggressive and targeted tactics, testing every suspected case.
In the US, efforts to pass a $1 trillion rescue package for the US economy have failed for a second straight day. Senators had said a deal was near. And new containment measures come into effect in Australia. Several states have closed their borders. Hello and welcome to the programme. Just within the past few minutes, the Prime Minister Boris Johnson has delivered a message to the nation from inside Downing Street. He has announced that with immediate effect, people will only be allowed to leave their homes for very limited purposes. He says that the police will have the power to enforce these stricter rules. Well, here's Mr. Johnson's address in full.
Good evening. The coronavirus is the biggest threat this country has faced for decades, and this country is not alone. All over the world, we're seeing the devastating impact of this invisible killer. And so tonight, I want to update you on the latest steps we're taking to fight the disease and what you can do to help. And I want to begin by reminding you why the UK has been taking the approach that we have. Without a huge national effort to halt the growth of this virus, there will come a moment when no health service in the world could possibly cope. because there won't be enough ventilators, enough intensive care beds, enough doctors and nurses. And as we've seen elsewhere in other countries that also have fantastic healthcare systems, that is the moment of real danger. To put it simply, if too many people become seriously unwell at one time, the NHS will be unable to handle it, meaning more people are likely to die, not just from coronavirus, but from other illnesses as well. So it's vital to slow the spread of the disease, because that is the way we reduce the number of people needing hospital treatment at any one time, so we can protect the NHS's ability to cope and save more lives. And that's why we've been asking people to stay at home during this pandemic. And though huge numbers are complying, and I thank you all, the time has now come for us all to do more. From this evening, I must give the British people a very simple instruction. You must stay at home, because the critical thing we must do to stop the disease spreading between households. That is why people will only be allowed to leave their home for the following very limited purposes. Shopping for basic necessities as infrequently as possible. One form of exercise a day, for example, a run, walk or cycle, alone or with members of your household. Any medical need to provide care or to help a vulnerable person, and travelling to and from work, but only where this is absolutely necessary and cannot be done from home. That's all. These are the only reasons you should leave your home. You should not be meeting friends. If your friends ask you to meet, you should say no. You should not be meeting family members who do not live in your home. You should not be going shopping except for essentials like food and medicine. And you should do this as little as you can. And use food delivery services where you can. If you don't follow the rules, the police will have the powers to enforce them, including through fines and dispersing gatherings. To ensure compliance with the government's instruction to stay at home, we will immediately close all shops selling non-essential goods, including clothing and electronic stores, and other premises, including libraries, playgrounds and outdoor gyms and places of worship. We'll stop all gatherings of more than 2 people in public, excluding people you live with. And we'll stop all social events, including weddings, baptisms and other ceremonies, but excluding funerals. Parks will remain open for exercise, but gatherings will be dispersed. No Prime Minister wants to enact measures like this. I know the damage that this disruption is doing and will do to people's lives, to their businesses and to their jobs. And that's why we've produced a huge and unprecedented programme of support both for workers and for business. And I can assure you that we will keep these restrictions under constant review. We will look again in 3 weeks and relax them if the evidence shows we are able to. But at present, there are just no easy options. The way ahead is hard, and it is still true that many lives will, sadly, be lost. And yet it is also true that there is a clear way through. Day by day, we are strengthening our amazing NHS with 7,500 former clinicians now coming back to the service. With the time you buy by simply staying at home, we are increasing our stocks of equipment. We are accelerating our search for treatments. We're pioneering work on a vaccine. And we're buying millions of testing kits that will enable us to turn the tide on this invisible killer. I want to thank everyone who is working flat out to beat the virus. Everyone from the supermarket staff to the transport workers to the carers to the nurses and doctors on the front line. But in this fight, we can be in no doubt that each and every one of us is directly enlisted. Each and every one of us is now obliged to join together to halt the spread of this disease, to protect our NHS and to save many, many thousands of lives. And I know that as they have in the past, so many times, the people of this country will rise to that challenge and we will come through it stronger than ever. We will beat the coronavirus and we will beat it together. And therefore, I urge you at this moment of national emergency to stay at home, protect our NHS and save lives. Thank you.
Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, there speaking within the past 40 minutes, outlining those strict restrictions under which people will only be allowed out. And during that address to the nation, he explained that the police will have the means in which to enforce these measures. Well, these are extremely strict restrictions. Understandably, a reaction is coming in now. We've had this update from the Met Police Federation giving their reaction to this. It's from the chairman of the Metropolitan Police to the Prime Minister's statement, and I think it's important just to read this out in full, because he is saying that Mr. Johnson's statement is putting us, i.e. the police, in a very difficult position which risks losing the goodwill of the public. He says the government is still giving mixed messages and officers haven't yet been briefed on how to enforce those measures. Important to say that this news just coming in, this reaction from the chairman of the Metropolitan Police and Boris Johnson during his address to the nation, saying the police will have the means in which to enforce these strict new measures. Vicky Young monitoring all of this from outside number 10 Downing Street. Vicky, let's start with these measures, a huge step up in what we've been hearing so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've been creeping towards it, and yesterday Boris Johnson sounding reluctant to go further, but really giving people a final warning. Now, what ministers have been doing is looking at the data, looking at how many people have been travelling, for example, how many people have been going to shops on the high street, trying to work out whether people really were taking this seriously enough. And I think that there were pictures over the weekend beamed around the country, of all parts of the country, beaches, Snowdonia in Wales, the Scottish Highlands and Islands, of lots of people travelling to those areas, either to isolate there in second holiday homes or to go there really as a bit of a holiday. And I think that alarmed people so much, it really made them think that people weren't doing enough. They were gathering in large numbers in parks, for example. So really it feels slightly inevitable now that this has happened. Severe restrictions, things that Boris Johnson could never have thought in a million years that he would be introducing to this country, and he clearly wants people to take this seriously. And I thought his language, talking about how all of us are now enlisted. He's also previously talked in the previous days about this being a wartime government, and I think he wants people to realise that if people act together and everyone follows these instructions, then it can improve matters, while at the same time still warning people very starkly that a lot of people are going to die.
Vicky, we also heard the Prime Minister there say that the police will have the measures to enforce this. We've had reaction from the chairman of the Metropolitan Police Federation saying that this could lose the goodwill of the public. It's a difficult bridge to